If you lie on the grass, you can feel the heartbeat of the world.
Time itself is a silence.
Yo, what's up, Taz?
It's so
What is
nice
that?
to de-stress.
Pulling and triple crowning that new 4-star. Wait. 4-star? Charlotte? Wait. Yeah, Charlotte, right? Or are you talking about the new coming 4-star? Absolutely getting her. Oh, hey, what's up, bruh? Yo, long time no see, man. Haven't seen you in a while here, bruh. How have you been, man? Gaming. uh, when you're
Be off work this early?
when you're so meta
Still a lot
that your
left to do.
name itself is literally gaming. I should just scroll down, yeah. You're so when you're so meta that your name itself is literally gaming. At first I was like, wait, gaming? And I actually took a second to like check and then double check if the if I was looking at like the official Genshin Impact YouTube channel, and then I looked and I saw, okay, Genshin Impact, and then okay, correct
If you
icon,
lie on the grass, you can
no,
feel the
sorry,
heartbeat
whatever,
of the
what is it,
world.
profile picture, and then I stopped, and then I looked again and I was like, oh, okay, I guess that's real. And then I just thought gaming, and then I thought, oh no, it's a Chinese name. Gaming.
Time itself.
When you're so meta that your name itself is gaming. Oh hey, what's up, Anime
Be off
Devil?
work this early?
How you doing, man?
There is still a lot left to do.
Time itself is a silence.
Monday evening stream. Yeah, right. I haven't done that in a while. I think. Yeah, like I honestly, if Hoyo hadn't dropped this and a little some down, down there, probably wouldn't have streamed tonight. Probably. I just like I was just having I was just having some snacking a little bit downstairs after work, and then I was scrolling down through YouTube and I was like, and like I almost never like show my reaction on my face,
Time itself.
but then like this time I did. I was like, I just like my mouth was just open. I was just so shocked that it's real. Hit AR 60 without reaching 1 million damage. Hey, it's all good, man. I've been AR 60 for like a year or more than a year now, and still have never done 1 million damage. Genshin's English vocabulary finished. Male Beidou. Oh yeah, you're right. It is, huh? Very much a Beidou. Yeah, like if Beidou lost a couple of pounds like in the front region, and maybe lost a couple inches up top and cut her hair. Like imagine like this is like Beidou's younger brother. I mean, maybe they're related, right? You never know. Hang on.
Time itself is a silence.
No, nothing about Beidou. Yeah, nothing about Beidou here. But wow. Is it just me or it feels like it would fit as a protagonist of Digimon or Bakugan? You know what? That's not a. It's a pretty apt description actually. It would have that and like the English dub, you know, like airing in America in the USA, would have this like really like tinny, somewhat annoying voice. Right? I don't know if I could pull off a voice like that. Like, yeah, let's go. What are you doing? Get your hands off my friends! No, I don't think I could pull off the annoying like protagonist, like young kid voice. But you know, something like that. You get the idea.
Grass, you can feel the heartbeat of the world.
Hey RJ, there's another bro. Yep, there is. You know, we're just chatting a little bit before we unveil the Fiesta Resistance. Gaming and Razor gonna be. I wonder what nicknames people are gonna come up with for this guy. Like, are they just gonna straight up keep saying gaming over and over again? Because like look at what people have come up with for nicknames. Like, look at Navia. Now Taylor Swift, come on. I mean, that flew over my head.
It's so nice to de-stress.
Time itself is a silent song.
Gaming. RJ about to meet his in-law for Ganyu and Chanel. You know that in-law that just keeps talking about like just wants to show you all the baby pictures and tells you all the baby stories. That's literally, yeah, who all of us are about to meet apparently. Best thing is we're getting 10 intertwined fates from Lantern Night. Wow, you are on top of your stuff, man. It's like it's okay. I get that we're like in the middle of December already, but like Lantern Night is, well, I guess technically that does sort of happen every Lantern Night. You know, 2 out of 2 so far. Yeah, I guess it's not. I don't think you're getting that from a leak or anything. I guess, you know, it's 2 out of 2 so far. They give us 10 fates for 7-day login thing every Lantern Night. Rye the Slay. Rye the. Okay. Alright. Zhongli skin. Wait, I heard something about that. Like there's some rumors about that. I wonder what it's gonna look like. You guys have any idea? In 4.4 events? Wow, okay. Still haven't attended a single Lantern Ride yet. What? Wait, how do you know about the 10 fates, but then you haven't done a single Lantern Ride? How do you do that? Imagine if Madame Ping becomes playable. At this point, honestly, I really was okay. Yeah, it's time to unveil her. Right? It's time to unveil her. There she is. There she is, ladies and gentlemen, in all her glory. I mean, no, honestly, she still isn't my type, like, aesthetically. Especially, like, behavior-wise, still not my type. But it just caught me off guard. People were just saying, like, oh, she's gonna become playable. You know, playable cloud retainer. Right? And then I was just like, nah, there's no way. I just didn't believe it. Like, it just didn't seem like something like that would ever happen. I don't know. I mean, I get that we already have a playable what are they called? Adepti. Like, technically Zhongli is like the Adepti leader or something. And then Zhao himself is an Adepti, but
It's so nice.
I don't know. For some reason it just didn't register in my mind that Cloud Retainer would ever become playable. Like, even when they showed us a humanoid character model of her, right, in that one event back then, it just, I don't know, it just didn't come to mind. No, in fact, it stuck with me that for some reason I just had this really strong belief that Cloud Retainer just wouldn't be somebody who would ever become playable. And like, I've heard so many people say she's gonna be playable, like over and over again. I just didn't, like, I don't know, for some reason it just didn't register in my brain that it would ever be a thing. And here we are. Oh, come on. Okay, this is getting really little annoying because I have this like special like software that I use, to switch my mouse from my desktop to my laptop, and there's like a hotkey that I set for it to switch between the two, and like I don't know. I don't know what hotkeys I'm supposed to use without having to like shift my hand just all over the place. Now I have it just set up to tab space, but then tab always does something weird. He's kind of I mean, I'm not going to deny that, Kane, right? Like, I'm not going to deny that. Everyone can say, yo, ping is so good. My ping, oh my god. Okay, Shinren. Alright. I'm not gonna warn you or anything, but just be on the lookout. Just watch out in the crowd over there. Right? Just watch out for like any feet, coming at you in the crowd over there for saying stuff like that. Okay, here's what Shinren said. If Madam Ping ever becomes playable, everyone can say, yo, my ping is so good. Even though you have red ping. I mean, you gotta be careful out there, man. Like, saying stuff like that, right? You gotta be careful out there saying stuff like that. In the teaser, the end of the stream. Wait, what stream? What stream? The Genshin collaboration, the Chinese museum, Zhongli. Oh, I didn't watch that actually. Okay, so that's where these. Okay, so I saw like a couple YouTubers have like either fan art of like memes of Zhongli skin, or either like fan animations of Zhongli skin, and I just thought it was like memes or whatever. I didn't realize it was actually a thing. It's Bayonetta. I actually don't know what Bayonetta is. I mean, I've heard of that since like I was, I don't know, in high school, I think. Oh, this is Bayonetta. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm googling it. I'm looking at it on Google right now, and I could. The resemblance is uncanny. She's just a higher resolution version of Bayonetta, I guess. Is she the duck girl? No way. Wait, what? You don't? Okay, Kane, come on, man. Have you done the event? I don't remember which event it was, but there was like this event. I think it was Lantern Rite last year. What was it? Lantern Rite last year? I think it was Lantern Rite last year, where we had this event. We officially got to see Guizhong, and well, humanoid, human form, Cloud Retainer. Yes, as you say, duck girl. All right, see, I gotta go. Oh, okay. Hey, thanks for hanging out with us, Asuna. Take care, man. I guess she's a bow. Wouldn't surprise me, with Ganyu being a bow user, but I don't know. I'm trying to think of like her powers, and it seems like Catalyst seems more appropriate for her. Alright, I'm so sorry, bro. I would love to read that message out loud, but I really can't. But, yep. I'm gonna shout it out without shouting it out. Waiting for Moon Carver and Mountain Shaper. Does Bondo represent? Yeah, you're right. We haven't gotten one in a while. I mean, I guess there's Risley. Well, you know what? Never mind. We have gotten some recently. There's Risley. You know, everybody's calling him Cake apparently. And there's Monsieur Neuvillette himself. Oh, hey, what's up, Gru? How you doing, man? No way they made a guy named Gaming. I mean, that's literally what I saw, what I thought at first. I honestly, when I first saw it, I was like, this seems like super legit. The first thing that my eyes went to was like the face, and then it was like, oh wait, this is like the Genshin format, because I didn't see, you know, which YouTube channel like posted it. I didn't look at it first because, like, you know, look at that, it's tiny, right? So immediately what I saw was like, oh, the format. Wait, this is a Genshin character. This is what's it called? Drip marketing. There you go. Right, it's drip marketing. Immediately I was looking for like, oh, okay, what's he called? What's his name? And then I thought, wait, really? Wait. And then I looked again. I was like, oh, okay, it's gaming. And then I was like, wait, it's got to be a meme. And then I looked at the, you know, who posted it. It was like Genshin Impact. Oh, really? Wait. And then I looked again. Took me a while to confirm it with if I was seeing things. And then I realized, oh no, it's probably not gaming.
Should we really be off work this early?
I immediately thought, okay, I guess it's a Chinese name, right? And first thought I had was like, okay, I guess it's Gaming. Supposed to be Jiaming in Cantonese. It's translated into Gaming. Ah, really? Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna take a guess that because it's Cantonese. I'm not very familiar with Cantonese because apparently nowadays, the only people that speak Cantonese in China nowadays are either like elderly people from like southern China, like really old people from southern China, or basically everybody from Hong Kong. Apparently those are the only people that speak Cantonese nowadays. Or sorry, it's not even speak, right? Like Cantonese and Mandarin are pretty much the same. Apparently the big difference between them are like so there are 4 intonations in Mandarin, but there are 6 in Cantonese for each character. New Pyro, is he a 4-star or 5-star? I mean, I'm looking at his design and he looks very 4-star to me. Yeah, he looks very 4-star to me.
There is still a lot left to do.
Gaming is coming to Genshin. When you're so meta that your name itself is gaming. I mean, I was very surprised, like the amount of like fan art, fan made memes. I've seen, like, look at this. What was 4 hours? Yeah, there it is. Right, literally posted 4 hours ago, and I've already seen like quite a few fan art memes. And I mean, like, if you look at the number of likes, like you could kind of see like how many people like the fact that she is like finally here. Like, because like these two were like what, 4 hours. Yeah, they were literally posted right after one another, but quite a lot more likes on I guess Xianyun, or is it Xianyun? I don't know. Main gaming account. This, yeah. I really thought to myself when I saw it, and then like when I finally confirmed with myself, I was like, okay, yep, that's really Genshin Impact posting this character. It's not a meme. It's not a fan. It's not fan art or whatever. Really is drip marketing of a character that's coming someday. I was really thinking, what happened? What happened in your boardroom? What happened in the conference room when you were like discussing what this guy is going to be called? Mr. Gaming. You know, I'm still not sure what I should be like, how I should be reading that. I know that Unrevealed already said it's supposed to be jamming, but I really just like look at it, right? I mean, like, this is an English stream, right? So I'm, you know, and they're using English alphabet. So why would I read it as not English alphabet? All right, gotta go. Oh, okay. Hey, thanks for stopping by, hanging out with us, bro. Good to see you again, man. Hey, happy holidays. Happy holidays, man. Take care. Mr. Gaming gives me Benny vibes. I guess so. But I don't know. Like Bennett looks like he just has so much more energy. Right? Like, you know, it's a wide smile, wide eyes, etc. And then it's like a yeah pose, but I don't know, not as much as Bennett. Is there a miss or a miss? It's a mister. Yep, definitely a mister. Benny minus the unluckiness. I guess that's why Benny is white-haired, because he's so stressed from the countless near-death experiences. And you know how like different people deal with like good and bad things that happen to their in their lives. Bennett is like super unlucky, right? And sometimes that either makes people like different things that happen to people. Generally, there are like two things that could happen. One would be going with it or going the opposite direction. Like for example, when you're a kid and your mom scolds you for I don't know, like playing in the dirt. Right? Scolds you for playing in the dirt. You either are like, if you're the obedient type, then you just you stop, and then no, mom says this is bad, so I'm gonna stop it. And then like for the rest of your life, you just, you know, you yourself don't ever play with dirt, and like at some point you have kids, you will also keep your kids from playing with dirt. Or you're not the obedient type, and you do the opposite of what she says. Like you're just gonna stop it now, and then like in the back of your mind you're like grumbling. You're like, and then like soon as she turns her back, you go back to playing in the dirt. But instead of just playing like you were, you play even harder. You play even more in the dirt. Like you even get yourself extra dirty, just, you know, just because. The way he zoomed in. I mean, I had to confirm. Somebody was asking. It was one way to confirm. Oh, hey, what's up, Xavier? Yo, good to see you, man. Hey, happy holidays, man. Happy holidays. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to greet you before Christmas itself. I don't know if when the next time I'm gonna be able to stream, because like Christmas is Monday, so I don't think I'm gonna be able to stream on that day. What? You've got to be kidding me. I have 78 crit rate, and it won't. It just won't crit, man. There's flat people too, right? Come on, man. I mean, I know that that's true. I'm not gonna deny that. But, you know, I'm just trying to be positive, man. I'm trying to be positive. I'm trying to be like, okay, well, it's flat, so probably not gonna, you know, they're probably not gonna make him make it a she, but flat, right? Trying to be positive. Benny's already an adult, right? Or a young adult. At this point, I might as well question if he's truly lucky or unlucky, because he was able to live past his teens. I mean, I'm sure there's like lore out there somewhere, like actual like official lore. But if I were to guess, I'd say Ben. I don't know. Like, okay, so I know that there's like in anime, right? Like in typical anime, some like fantasy worlds that are similar to Genshin, right? Like that have this like guild, and they're like people register at the guild and become adventurers and stuff, kill monsters, save people, whatever. In many of these like fantasy anime that have a similar kind of world, Huta flat. All right. I mean, like, you know what? No matter how much I like Hutao, I really can't deny that. Anyway, yeah. Where do I go? Check out on Discord. Genshin accidentally posted second half weapon banner. They did. Wait. Oh no. Hang on. The timer started. Okay, so even if I pause the game, the timer is still gonna keep going. So I gotta do this now. Hang on. Wait a moment. This guy's immune to cryo. Well. All right. Looks like. Oh man, that timer just doesn't stop. Man. You literally just called Hutao flat, and I literally like am right about to use her. Size don't matter, Hutao still smash. I mean, yep, that's true. Like, you know, as we're about to see any moment now. Where are you? Some reason. Were those vapes? No. I don't think those were vapes, right? My Hutao's vapes aren't usually 60. I wonder what that was. Hi, by the way. I've been a Hutao main since 1.3. Wow, nice. Still can't deny she's flat. I mean, no matter how much we love them, man. Like, she's like, there's just no way to deny it. I'm really looking, man. Like, I'm trying very hard to look, and I'm not seeing anything. I can't. It's just. Yep. Nope. Yep. No way to deny it.
There are leaves around.
The true mommy has come. Everyone says she resembles Bayonetta. Like, she really does. You know, I didn't even know who Bayonetta was. I mean, like, I've heard about Bayonetta for like since forever, ever since I was in high school, but I never really knew what it was. And then like I googled it just now because everybody was saying like, "Wow, looks like Bayonetta," and I googled it and it was like, "Oh, I guess this is Bayonetta." Okay, so let's take a quick moment. I am gonna open up Discord because apparently, according to who was that? Was that Xavier? Yeah. According to Xavier, Hoyo is this right? Uh-oh. Oh boy. Oh, I messed up. Okay, here it is. No, not this one. So where do I find that? Did somebody share it? Who shared it? Oh, there it is. Yo, okay, you shared it, Xavier. I mean, we kind of knew, you know, we already know the 5 stars. 4 stars. Okay, well, I mean, the 5 stars are good. There's no denying that. The 5 stars are really good. Although I'm not, you know, I'm just happy that Fab Sword is there, but pulling for Engulfing is probably going to be kind of painful. I'm probably going to get a lot of Eyes of Perception and Pain Slasher. Cloud Returner kit above. No, I can't do that, man. That would be leaking. So, you know, there's a leak friendly stream, and when I switch feeds, then we will be just talking about we will just be talking about rumors and hearsay. Yeah, that's all there is. We're just gonna be talking about rumors, right? As soon as we change our feed, you know, to something a little more related to the game.
Hello.
A good newspaper should be a lighthouse of truth.
Okay, well, wait a moment. What's her element?
Hello.
Yeah, what is her element?
A good newspaper should be a lighthouse of truth.
I guess she's Animo. I don't see a vision anywhere. But I mean, like, the color palette is very Animo.
Hello.
Dude, can you review my Hu Tao? Sure, I'll take a moment. I mean, I'm not gonna show it on the screen or anything, but I'll just give you like a quick rundown of what I think. Okay, so she's very Animo. Well, I mean, you know, color palette wise, at least according to you guys, she's Animo. Next to her name? Oh, whoa. Wait, that's new. Did they always... Did they always do that? Did they always include the symbol for their element? I don't think they've always done that, right? They did? Huh. Well, okay. I mean, if they did, then I'm pretty like okay. I guess that just proves I'm an idiot. Because like every time I see drip marketing, I'm immediately looking for a vision, and like for some reason I just don't see that giant icon right next to their name. Well, I mean, it's not very big, but you know it's also not very small, and they're certainly not hiding it. For some reason, I just won't see that. And like I'm looking for a vision. Okay, well there's no vision. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to find out what element they are on release. And then okay, there's literally an element right there. Okay, the Animo. I think speculations. Chlorine's also 4.6. No, man. Okay. How many version updates is it usually between drip marketing and release? I don't think I've ever counted. Yeah, I don't think I've ever counted, so I'm not really sure. Oh. Excuse me. Pardon me. That is speculation and hearsay and rumors.
A good newspaper should be a lighthouse of truth.
Hello, hello.
Surely I should be due a growth spurt by now.
Yo, Xavier, what are you so happy about, man? What are you so excited about? Okay. Anyway, so yeah, BT was that BT was asking about their Hu Tao, I think. It was someone. Yeah, that was you, BT. All right, all right. Anyway, I'm looking at your Hu Tao now. 4 Crimson, 66, 247, C1 with Homa. Okay. Everything seems good.
A good newspaper should be a lighthouse of truth.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, everything seems... Wow, this is pretty good. You do have a few kind of wasted rolls. I mean, can't do anything about that, you know, because RNG. But not too bad. Not too bad. Like, you have a few flat def rolls. But I'm loving the fact that you have a few... Like, a lot of your, like, random, like, extra substats are just EM. And that's awesome. That's awesome. A little unfortunate that a lot of your... Well, not a lot, but quite a few of your crit rolls are, like, really low rolls. Yeah, and I have the same problem with my Hu Tao as well. Yeah, I have the same problem. Like, for example... I'm not sure if it was this Hu Tao, or was it the Hu Tao on my other accounts. Oh yeah, okay, like this for example, right? So I know like okay, that's a lot of crit rate, but like if this crit damage were just high rolls, this would have been what, like 15 plus, and instead of I would have gotten like an extra like 3-ish crit damage. If those crit damage rolls were high rolls. Okay, I think those are high rolls. Yeah, like this crit rate, for example. If these rolls were high rolls, then this would be like 7-ish crit rate instead of less than 6. Right? Is that yeah? Oh, there's another one, right? This would have been like 7.8 if it was a max roll. I would have gotten like another 3 crit damage here, another like 2-ish crit damage here. Yeah, and then like if these were like high rolls, I would have gotten like another like 2 crit damage. So what's that total? 2, 4, no, 4, and then yeah. So I would have gotten like another 6 crit damage. Like it's awful, right? Like getting low rolls, like finally getting the right stats to roll, but then just getting low rolled. Yeah, I mean, you certainly know what you're doing, man. Yeah. And your crit ratio, I understand that this is like preference. As for my preference, like I prefer like higher crit rate because like okay, everybody always says 1 to 2 crit ratio, right? And because because you and I, we use Homa, we get a bunch of crit damage. And so it's very easy, especially I think what's Hu Tao's ascension stat again? Is it crit rate or crit damage? I think it's crit damage. Right? Especially because of a crit damage ascension stat, it's very easy to get to like what 200 crit damage. So if we maintain like the general consensus of a 1 to 2 crit ratio, then by the time that we get to 200 crit damage, then we should be at 100 crit rate by that point. And while I'm not at 100 crit rate, but I'm like, I'm like trying I'm trying kind of hard to get higher crit rate, right? Because
Silly churl.
let's say, okay, so when you get, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I just prefer more consistent damage. But at the same time, I also have it in the back of my mind. I'm just thinking, if I have 500 crit damage, but I have 50 crit rate, so I'm doing like 1,000,000 damage at one time, and then like every other hit is 1,000,000 damage, but then every other hit is also 10 damage, right? So I just don't like that. I'd rather do 300k damage almost every hit rather than do 1,000,000 damage only every other hit. 65 to 70 is good for Hu Tao. Yeah, but again, it's my preference. I just prefer more consistent damage. Anything above 60 is like my comfort zone. Anything below 60 is like, it feels icky to me. Like I don't want to use that character if I can't get their crit rate to above 60. But yeah, anything above 60 to me is like already comfy, and then like anything more than that is like even better. What's cooking? Hey, what's up, Leo? We're just just chatting, talking about BT's Hu Tao. Yeah, it's pretty good, man. Pretty good. Endgame Hu Tao right there. Endgame Hu Tao. Okay. Anyway, Xavier, I don't think I'm gonna be able to talk about those guesses and speculations and rumors about what's her name again? I keep forgetting her like pretend name. Xianyun. Yeah, Xianyun. About Xianyun's kit without me taking quite a bit of time to read through it, because like everybody knows I'm not the smartest cookie out there. So reading for you might take like 3 minutes, but for me it's gonna take me 15 minutes to get to the same level of comprehension. Hey, what's up, April? Good to see you, man. Do you remember my horrendous Eula crit rate? She's fixing that. Nice, really? You know what? I'm actually fairly surprised that you still haven't given up on Eula. I mean, like, she's a good unit, but I just for some reason, I just hate her now, because like I've had a good amount of crit rate on her for so long, like not like 90 or 80%, but 73, pretty good, right? Since forever, I've had 73 crit rate on her since forever, and at some point I had 78, and I just traded it in for a little bit more attack, and I feel like her burst, which is the damage that matters, crits like 1 out of 5 times, despite me having 73 crit rate. And that's why I've sort of given up on using Eula. I can't enjoy myself using her in the overworld because everything just dies to my normal attacks or to Kazuha's E. And I can't even like go all out on her. right, in the overworld, and then because I don't have a very good build of her, and I have a 4-star weapon on her, I like she's not good enough for Abyss. I mean, back then maybe yes, but not now, you know, right? Because when she was released, the total amount of HP that Abyss has now compared to when she was released, there's a pretty big difference. Hoyo certainly seems to have maybe not stopped, but like put a pause on just keeping, keep increasing total amount of HP in Abyss, so that everybody will need to do even more DPS. Right, everybody, even the endgame players, still need to try hard to make their characters better. Hoyo certainly seems to have stopped or put a pause to that sort of how would I best describe it? It's not behavior. It's not a pattern. It's like I guess it's part of like it's a very small part of a much larger strategy to sell new characters. Because if they kept doing that, that will also incentivize them to introduce power creep. And they don't want to do that, because if they keep doing making power creep happen, it'll get harder and harder for them to justify rerunning older units. RJ, can I use Wander, Beidou, Fischl, and Xingqiu? Yeah. Like, I mean, Fischl, Beidou, and Xingqiu, like, you don't even need Wander. I mean, I'm so sorry if you like Wander, but like just Beidou, Fischl, and Xingqiu, that's all you need for anything. Unless if they're like immune to Hydro or Electro, like just those three, pretty much all you need for everything in the game. Wander is sort of like, okay, I just want to play Wander. Okay, I got a team now. Alright, so which character do I use? Give Eula the axe. Oh, you're right. Okay. Oh, man. Okay. I mean, the only Eula I have is on my 3rd account. And, oh, I don't like this daily. Okay. So, the only Eula I have is on my 3rd account, and my 3rd account just doesn't have that many primos. Plus the fact that I need to save my primos for engulfing. Yeah, I need to save my primos for engulfing and whoever else is coming. And I'm like, some part of me wants to get Ayaka on my 3rd account, but but a bigger part of me doesn't really want to get Ayaka. I know that she's good, yeah, but I don't know. Despite how good Ayaka and Ganyu are, like Ayaka is still now, but like Ganyu still pretty good, but like pretty mid nowadays, especially like in like the higher levels of combat content in the game. Like in endgame, she's like pretty just okay. But she was really good on release, right? Despite how good the two of them were or are, Freeze is just not. Things are things just aren't. Sorry, the cards are just not in Freeze's favor nowadays. Oh, hey, what's up, Tonchi? How you doing, man? Just, me rambling about stuff that you guys are bringing up to my attention, and then like I have thoughts on it. Just basically, if this were on Twitch, this stream would probably be on like the just chatting category. And then like they would just the game that's running here is like people would just think like, oh wow, he's watching Genshin. But yeah, no. Yeah, just basically chatting, which is essentially all of my streams. Also, hi, what's up, Master All Round? How you doing, man? Hey, we got quite a few people in here today. Yeah. Happy holidays, everybody. I hope you guys are doing well. It was a gorgeous weapon, but it sadly works only with Geo on your team. I mean, you know, it's a stat stick still, right? And Eula, I think, might appreciate the high base attack. And obviously, crit rate is always good, right? Happy holidays for you too. Oh, thank you, Tonchi. Appreciate it, man. Klee with that axe would look gorgeous. Wait. Wait! Okay, I was thinking Klee, because like this smaller character model, right? With like a really big weapon. Like really long weapon. But then like we actually do have a small character model that is a Claymore user. Right? Sayu. Sayu and isn't Dory is a Claymore. Yeah, Dory. Dory too. Wouldn't it be hilarious? I think Dory would be a lot funnier than Sayu. Cause like Dory doesn't even swing the Claymore. Like it's the genie that just swings the Claymore. Saw you about to split some heads. Oh my god. I mean, all right. At least the thing with Sayu is I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but the Claymore actually is smaller on Sayu. Like if you try putting the same weapon on like one character, like a Claymore on like one Claymore character, and then try putting the same Claymore on Sayu, and you will like it's pretty obvious, right? Like it's pretty obvious that the Claymore is smaller on Sayu. Sadly, weapon size can either shrink or get bigger depending on the character model's size. That's what I was saying. Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, that is true. Like they make the weapon smaller or bigger. You predicted me. Good job. Admit. Lol. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. For some reason, I completely skipped the Fontaine Weekly boss. Yeah, it looks funny with pole arms. If you compare the size. Is the pole arm smaller on Yao Yao? Because, like, I don't think the pole arm needs to be smaller on her. I mean, like, because, like, a pole arm is, like, is thin. Is a thin weapon. So it's not very obvious that it's big. But it would be super long on her. Let's see. Okay.
Don't fear. Yao's here.
Yeah, okay. That alright, I don't even need to put that on Zhongli anymore. Like, that is immediately very obvious that is a lot smaller than what it would look like on a larger character model. Yep. That's pretty obvious. That's pretty obvious. Okay. I didn't know that. Not that small. Yeah, it's not like super small, but it's like more. But it's like look at the size difference, right? Like the size difference between Yao Yao and the Zhongli character model is pretty big. It's pretty obvious. So and they just want to keep the weapon size and the character model size appropriate. So if the size difference between the character models is very obvious, then the size difference between the weapons for each character model will also be very obvious. Favonius toothpick. I mean, yeah, it very much is a very fancy toothpick. Yep.
That divinity is mine.
Hey, would you guys buy it if I sold that kind of merch, like Favonius toothpick? Just imagine the Favonius lance, but then like toothpick size.
Past.
I mean, I'm not gonna do it or anything, but if somebody sold that, yes, I would. Oh my god. Fun fact, my DPS Yaoya is actually on a home. Oh my god.
To dominate.
You did mention that, yeah. I do remember you mentioning that. I mean, but not the Homa thing, but like your DPS Yaoya. Why is this weekly boss always so loud? It's so much louder than everything else.
Burn to
Hydro.
oblivion.
Okay, good. Oh, that was close. Oh, you're gonna pop.
Reality is pain.
Oh no,
Good riddance.
wrong
Cruel
timing.
World. Stabilize.
Born of ice and frost.
Not possible.
Spelled Homa for real, for Hu Tao, but it's my Zhongli now. So what? So what's your Hu Tao using?
This may pretty little.
It'd be funny if everything that Knights of Favonius own got Favonius name on them. Favonius toilet paper, Favonius door, Favonius window, Favonius light bulbs. Hey, if I'm sure at some point the Knights of Favonius are gonna get like this like a member that's like their accountant or something, right? You know how like Mika has this like very like nervous demeanor, and he's like the what's his job title again? I don't remember. I don't remember. Map maker or something? Cartographer? I don't know. Right? I'm sure they have some kind of accountant, and they're like really, business oriented. I'm sure like basically the first capitalist, right? The first capitalist of Tivat. Well, like, okay, never mind. I guess we already have like a bunch of people in Liyue that are like that. And then just turns Favonius into a franchise. Turns it into an IP. R5 Dragon. Well, I think that's not too bad. That's actually a very practical way of distributing your what you have between your characters. Because Homa, all of it Zhongli can benefit from, but if you put Dragon's Bane on Zhongli, then the EM and the passive is basically useless, right? Whereas if you put it on Hu Tao, I mean, the difference between R5 Dragon's Bane and R1 Homa is not that big. Like, depending on your artifact stat distribution, like for example, if your artifacts just have not a lot of HP, and you are and you're not on an HP sans, you're on an EM sans, but then you also have a lot of EM substats and hardly any HP substats, then of course putting Homa, the difference between Homa and Dragonsbane will be much bigger because of your stat distribution. But as long as you got a lot of HP on your substats, on your stat distribution, then I think R5 Dragonsbane should be fine on Hu Tao. Favonius phone 15. The F phone. the F phone. The F phone 17 Pro Max. Certainly wish that it does become an IP. I gave my Zhongli the catch just to burst support. Just imagine if the toilet paper will be Favonia's Catalyst one. Whoa, you're right. Oh, that's okay. I'm trying to imagine it. That is that's okay. It's very unrealistic, and Hoyo will never ever do anything like that. But still pretty funny. I'm trying to imagine it right now, and it's hilarious. 29k HP with 300 EM. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Yeah, at least you're like pretty close to the 30k mark. 30k is usually what I would. Is what I like. I I've never done the math. Obviously, I can't do the math. But 30k so far has been the amount of HP that I feel like is a safe bet. For Hu Tao. And anything more will be better as long as you're not sacrificing too many of the other stats. Oh, I missed the last one. Man, I'm still just so bad at timing my attacks. Or sorry, timing my when I start doing my rotations against this boss. I don't know.
Time to act.
I think, is this the attack? Oh, this is it. Okay. This is it. Oh man, that is certainly not a lot of time. I don't know. I just can't time it right. When I should start doing my when I should start my rotations. Pavonia's Play Store. Fugal. Have you ever reviewed somebody's build, Nya? What's up with the Nya? Why are you talking like a cat person? You just reminded me of Danmachi again. I'm a pretty big fan of the Danmachi. I've never read the novels, but anime I've watched. I watched the heck out of it. And quite a few cat people. I'm a cat. He said, "Yeah." I mean, like, it's reading your message. Come on, man. Okay, I understand. I could have just ignored it, but I mean, I'm one of those. Okay, I don't know if you guys have seen this this clip of Seth MacFarlane on the Graham Norton show, and he does his bit. I guess. Oh, I remember now. Graham Norton clipped. Oh my god. Well, here we go. Oh man, here we go again. How are you, Senpai sir? Oh hey, what's up, Itachi? Yo, good to see you, man. Long time no see. How are you doing? Happy holidays, man. As for me, I'm good. I'm good. Holidays are treating me pretty well. Pretty well. Okay, RJ, would you mind reviewing my official build? Yeah, sure. I mean, like, you know, I don't usually show stuff like that on stream, but I will take a quick look at it. Sure. And then like I'll take like 10 seconds to look at people's builds, and then like I'll proceed to ramble about it for the next 30 minutes. That's essentially how I review people's characters. I forgot something. Yeah, get my teapot stuff. Get my UIG right now. Alright, man. Finally done with dinner. Yo, nice. The fact that you have holiday. I mean, I don't have a holiday. When I say holidays, I'm talking about like the holiday season. I'm not talking about a holiday. Because I don't have a boss, right? Like I don't work for anyone. But if I take a holiday, it also means I don't earn anything. Nobody's gonna pay me. I don't have a Christmas bonus. Not like everybody else. I don't have a Christmas bonus. I got nothing.
If you ever
I have nothing. I essentially work for myself, but at the same time, I'm also the worst. Like I hate myself as a boss because like I never want to go on leave because like me the employee, I'm thinking, hey, I want to go on vacation, and then me the boss thinking, but if I take a day off, then I'm just sitting here at home when I could just be sitting here at home and working. So like I hate boss me. Employee me hates boss me. Should I use it? Yeah, sure. Why not? Nothing significant is really on the horizon, resin-wise. So, whatever. I'll use it today. Oh, hang on. Let's copy that UID. Do you want to take a look at my Ayaka's flower? Sure. Oh, hey, what's up, Happy? Yo, good to see you, man. How are you doing? What do you mean, another mod? I mean, yeah. Oh, actually, okay. I think what Leo's talking about is... okay, you might find this surprising, Happy, but... a lot of the... I mean, so Nashidi is quite often here, and you're also quite often here, but April's not often here, and he was here earlier, so it was quite surprising to see quite a lot of you on stream, in one stream together. It was, very unusual, but a very welcome thing, very welcome sight, but just not very usual. Is this not clickbait? Where's Cloud Retainer? I mean, okay, Hermione, for how smart you are, you're on YouTube. You're pretty smart, Hermione. You're on YouTube. You know what you got yourself into, and well, so yes, it's technically clickbait, but it's not a lie, right? Like there's the difference, right? I'm not like putting up thumbnails and titles that say hang on, I'm trying to think. I'm so bad at like clickbait that I can't even nothing won't even come to mind immediately. So man, every time I start thinking about stuff like clickbait, the difference between clickbait and lying essentially is I immediately start thinking about Tectone, because especially towards the end of his towards the end of the when he streamed and covered Genshin content, he was very often putting out videos just titled and like thumbnailed something, and then when you go click on the video, just right at the beginning of the video, he just goes, you clicked on the video, didn't you? And then like you okay, at first, second time, sure, I'll like keep watching the video thinking maybe there is something related to the thumbnail and the title, you know, in the video somewhere. And then like the entire video, nothing, just zero. There's a difference between clickbait and lying. And yeah, it is clickbait, I would say. But it's not a lie. And I'd rather, yeah, I don't mind doing clickbait because it's a part of what makes things work on YouTube. I really don't come from this account every time. Yeah, that's true. That's true. What is, you know, what are these two YouTube accounts that you have, by the way? Like, why do you use one more than the other? Yeah, Tactone badge. I mean, I don't know the guy, right? I can't say if he's a bad dude or not. I don't know him personally, and who knows? Like the personality that you see on stream and in videos might just be a persona that he puts on, right? Like, you never know. Like, we don't know him personally. I mean, there was I remember there was this time when he uploaded a few videos of him just sitting in a forest, and the video was like clearly from a phone, you know, not even a camera, just from a phone, just him, like I guess just talking to his audience. And when I saw those videos, I mean, I've like, YouTube has recommended his content before that, and then like a lot of people, like I see lots of, you know, like, you know, from like early Genshin, there were so many clip channels. I saw lots of clips from him because, you know, he's a whale, right? And like clips channels are, you know, like 80%, 85% just whales wishing and getting like double, triple, 5 stars, and then 20% like gameplay. And then I would like see so many of his clips in these clips channels. Other content creators would also talk about him, and when I saw those videos of him just sitting in a forest and like talking to his audience, that was the reason why I even subscribed to him. And then like when those went away, and then he started uploading those essentially complete lies of thumbnails and titles, then I mean, just no reason to stick around. To prank others with a different account. Everyone has their alt account. Prank others? How do you even prank people on YouTube? Oh, like with comments and stuff? Like you get them riled up for something? Just trolling people? Meanwhile, Zyok's getting a new clipper every 1 second, because why not? Sorry. Getting a new clip. What do you mean clipper? I guess you mean clip? I don't use my alts much, to be honest. Just there. I almost never, no, I actually never use my alt accounts on YouTube, because the way that I decide, the way that I pick which videos I watch on YouTube is I'm always thinking about what I want YouTube to keep giving me. If I see like a thumbnail or a title that YouTube recommended me, and then it looks interesting, I will think about, okay, do I really want to watch this video? And if I click on this video, not in incognito, then will I want to keep seeing similar videos to this, or no? If I think no, then I'll open it. If I'm curious enough about the title and thumbnail, then I will open it in incognito, and then hoping, you know how like YouTube, like when you hover your cursor above video thumbnails nowadays, it'll like autoplay, and for some reason that counts as like you watched it, right? Like you go into your history and it's there, and I do my best to do it as quickly as I can. Like, just right-click it and open it incognito, but most of the time I can't. Like, it'll autoplay just for a second, and then it'll, like, register it as I watch the video. And then, it'll be, like, YouTube will start to consider that, oh, I watched this video a little bit. Maybe you like this type of video. Here's some more. Anyway, I'll take a look at your official in a moment, Leo. Hang on. My friend told me that he's gotten really lucky with his Golden Troop stuff, but he also said to use an HP scaling character to upgrade them. And by use, I guess he means, you know, like just go into character selection and then just get on an HP scaling character. Who is like a random HP scaling character that hardly anybody uses? I'm trying to think. Would have been, yeah, I would have done it on Dia, but I don't have Dia on this account. I guess Kookie's an HP scaling character, sure. Till this day, don't have a Golden Troop circlet and only one flower. I mean, like, yes, I do have at least a quote unquote working set for Golden Troop on my second account, but it's not good, man. It's not good. The crit ratio is just awful. It's usable, right? It's not completely garbage. At least it's correct. Yeah, it's not. It's correct. It's not good, but at least it's correct. Oh, thank you, Happy. Man, you've always got my back, man. I really appreciate that. Oh, you already have this? Didn't realize that. 60 flat defense, though. I don't remember getting a usable one. Oh, there's one. Okay. Let's see if it works. I mean, no harm in trying, I guess. No harm in trying, like, superstitious stuff. You know, for a time, I've, this was, like, a long time ago when I was farming the Crimson domain. I noticed that if I finished the domain, like, you know, the actual, like, domain timer, if I finished it between 55 seconds and a minute 10 seconds, that I often got something good. Or if not something good, then at least something with potential. But not all the time, but at least more often than not. You know, I'm so excited for the optimization stuff that they're bringing in 4.3. Like, I don't have to do this like animation canceling thing that I'm doing now, like clicking on details and then enhance. I won't have to do that anymore, and I'm just so excited for the optimization stuff. They're reducing the number of I guess like pop-up windows that we get, but they just still can't reduce the number of wrong rolls that we get from RNG. Phew. Well, wait. Whoa. I'm on the main account, right? Oh, Electro. Oh, okay. I guess I still don't have a usable force set. Man, I have the flower, feather, and sands, but I just don't have a either a goblet or a circlet. Nothing. Nope. Nada. Yeah, I guess I already have a 3 set, but man, still don't have a 4 set. Also, the off pieces that I have now are just so much better. Like, look at this. Like, look at look at the difference. The off pieces that I'm using now are just so much better than the sad golden troop pieces that the quote unquote usable golden troop pieces that I have now. This one's okay though, but you know, not a lot of crit rate. Still no usable ones. RJ literally me right now. I think I can flex my golden troop artifacts on you. I mean, I think anybody can flex the golden troop artifacts on me, man. I just they're mine are just awful. You know, I feel a little bit cheated on, right? By the fact that I'm just gonna swap accounts, by the way. Oh wait, forgot to talk about this. Completely forgot. I saw this earlier today, and I decided not to like click on it so that the red thing wouldn't disappear, and it was just it worked out. It worked out. Like I opened the Paimon menu, is ready to swap accounts, and then it was there. So yeah, earlier today, they put out the first half 4.3 first half banners, and well, I mean, there's really no synergy between these characters and Navia, I guess, other than the fact that you can crystallize thanks to Rosaria and Candace. I guess Sucrose is there for Ayaka. I mean, Sucrose is a great great 4-star. She's just as good as Kazuha, if not better in some situations. Rosaria, she's not bad actually. Rosaria is not bad. It's just that we have so many cryo options, and with Furina's existence now, a 4-star sub DPS cryo unit just isn't super necessary anymore. Instead, we kind of want a healer, like that secondary that secondary cryo character, we would prefer that they be a healer, right? Especially if you don't have Kokomi. And healer, cryo, either Diona, but if you have Furina, Diona doesn't heal enough, so that would be most likely Charlotte. So while Rosaria is actually a pretty good 4-star, there's just so many more options that are more necessary than her, as a cryo 4-star nowadays. D6 Rosa, Kandake. Yeah, I've heard that her name's supposed to be pronounced Kandake. 1-2 Sucrose copy for C6. C6, isn't C6 Sucrose similar to what Kazuha's passive does? Not as good, but similar, right? Like it gives you damage percent, I think. Depending on the element infused in your burst, I believe. Yeah, so they're not bad 4-stars. I think Sucrose is the best 4-star among these three, especially if you don't have any Sucrose copies just yet. Like just getting that one Sucrose copy. I get C1, I believe, is what gives you the extra E charge. That would be even better. But even just your C0 Sucrose is just so good. In super early game where you can't even farm artifact sets yet, you really won't feel how important she is just yet, especially when you're at the stage where you just don't have enough artifacts and stats in your artifacts to have proper rotations, right? And it's like you just won't feel how good she is until you're headed towards endgame. But once you're there, you'll realize that, wow, Sucrose is just as good as Kazuha. I'm a Batman main kind. So let's check out that one. Ganyu or Ayaka? I like both, but can afford only one. I think the choice is very subjective, Shuri. Yeah, I think the choice is very subjective. Ayaka is she's not very usable in the overworld. For at least for me, because maybe if you always have Kazuha or Venti, but then Venti's crowd control is burst reliant, so like. Okay, I'm talking about overworld, right? So Abyss, sure, but then like Ayaka's uses in Abyss are also very limited to either freezable enemies, and or enemies that are already spawned in a very good position, or can be crowd controlled. But if it's none of those, they're not freezable. Okay. So here's a fourth one. If they're very mobile, right? Like they just jump around, teleport around all the time, and very hard to control their AI. So they're mobile. They're very mobile, and or unpredictable. They're not freezable. They're not tanky enough. Okay, I'm gonna add another one to that. Not tanky enough to do a full Ayaka rotation. Not crowd controllable, and not the word I'm looking for, don't spawn in an ideal formation. Then Ayaka just feels really bad to use. And other than Abyss, where else can you use her? In Overworld, there's just nowhere in the Overworld that... I mean, obviously you could go fight like the local legends, sure. But then like, what do you get out of it? Right? Like realistically, I mean, sure, like if you enjoy that stuff, sure, why not? Right? But if you're planning to use Ayaka because you quote-unquote need her, in the overworld, there's nowhere that you really need her. Ganyu, on the other hand, is a lot more useful in the overworld, but not as good in Abyss. Oh, I gotta go in 15 minutes. Oh, okay. Well, anyway, let me take a quick break, and I'll open up Leo's official. Skyward Harp on official. Wow, I haven't seen that in a while. You also don't have a flower on official. You don't have a flower. But hey, despite not having a flower, you still have pretty decent ratios on her though. Although Skyward Harp is helping out a lot with that. Okay, EM, 2 TF, and then just off pieces. But I'm guessing your missing flower is probably Golden Troop because you have a Golden Troop circlet. Okay, pretty good circlet actually. Your goblet certainly could use an upgrade, but I understand why you're using that goblet is to get the 2 TF. RJ, show us why. I mean, okay, sure. Hang on. Excuse me. Is it? Yeah. Yep. There it is. Okay. You said to check out your Ayaka's flower, but she's not here. She's not here. And like I said, your official doesn't have a flower. Yeah. Anyway, the full review is gonna have to be next time because, like, well, yeah, kind of messed up. Your TF pieces are pretty decent, but certainly far from perfect. But hey, despite without a flower, you still have at least a usable crit ratio. Skyward Harp certainly is helping quite a bit of that. But hey, you know what you're doing, man. You know what you're doing. That's good. Anyway, hey, thanks for hanging out with us, Leo. Take care, man. I'm in India for vacation. Second time in India. Wait, I thought it was your first time in India. This is your second time in India? I didn't know that. I remember you mentioning before that how many times you've been to India, but I don't remember if you said second time. I don't know. Does 4TF passive work off-field? From what I remember, no. No. It doesn't work. It doesn't work off-field. Would make 4TF absolutely broken though, if it worked off-field. That would be awesome. Yeah. Anyway, banner's not terrible. It's just that there's really only one 4-star here that you like that anyone wants. Rosaria, you could invest into her like super early game. Like if you're in a situation where you're on a super young account, just don't have any decent characters just yet, but then she's like it'll just end up feeling bad later on when you've invested a lot of your effort into building Rosaria, and then when you get closer to endgame and you realize, oh, I guess Rosaria, I'm gonna have to leave Rosaria here, and then I'm gonna have to move on to other characters. Yeah. Candace, I mean, like, I don't know anyone who uses her. She looks good. Like, yeah, sure. She looks good. Ayaka, just things, the cards just aren't in Frieza's favor. But because, well, Ayaka's gonna be rerunning, so I guess we can expect Abyss to be a lot more freeze friendly in 4.3. Candace, no. don't man, don't go there. I think that joke's a little expired, man. Everybody's used it to oblivion. Like, ever since Candace was released. It's been so long since I farmed that domain. Which domain? Strongbox TF. Got a few for 2 pieces. Then left. Oh, nice. You immediately got usable ones? That almost never happens to me. Anyway, my thoughts on these banners is, I don't know, they're pretty, they're there. The banners exist. Yeah, I think the real banners for 4.3 are really the second half. Because, so, sure, Navia is the brand new character, and she looks good. Like, she actually does look good design-wise, aesthetically. She looks really good. I do find it very, a little unnatural, right? Like, if you guys remember the footage that they showed of Navia in the special program, in the special program, I don't think it was like unique to the special program. I think those are actually her animations from using her burst, her skill, normal attack, whatever, right? And she was smiling so much. It was unusual. I mean, like, Navia is a very, generally a very happy character, right? Like, we've seen her in Archon quests before. 4.1, 4.0, 4.0, 4.1, I guess, no, I don't think 4.1, but 4.2, right? And she often seems to be a very strong character. Like, she has a very strong character, is very driven, but she's been crying a lot of the time. She's either serious, and like arguing with someone, and or crying. But then, like, her animations, her like facial expressions while doing her burst skill and normal attack animations are like very different. She looks like she's having fun. And that seems a little unnatural to me. I mean, I'm happy about it, but it just feels unnatural. Only 1 circlet, 3 flowers, 1 feather after 500 pieces, so I just gave up and went to Crimson Crimson of a All right. That's a pretty appropriate name for that artifact set. Wait, Navia's on the first half? It turns out I didn't pay attention much to the version stream. Yes. Navia and Ayaka are on the first half. Raiden Shogun and Yoimiya are on the second half. And I think I think the main reason, there's a 4-star that's coming also in 4.3, right? That's Chevreuse. And whenever they release a new 4-star and a new 5-star, they almost never put them together in the same banner. And I'm very sure like the strategy for that is that, okay, the people who either have saved up a lot of primos or can afford to whale or are dolphins to buy primo gems just to collect like their waifu / husbando collectors, they will wish for the banners without the 4-star, without the chance of getting the new 4-star as well, because if they can afford to, then they will, just to collect their waifu / husbando, and or like if they're content creators and they need to get the new characters to test them out, they will wish for them either way, and they will spend again to try and get some copies of the 4-star on the other banner that they wouldn't have wished on, because they already have the 5-stars from those banners. So they usually split them up whenever there's a new 4-star and 5-star coming out at the same time. But I think, I think another reason, like a secondary reason why Well, yeah. Secondary reason why they put Chevreuse on the second half is that they know that a lot more people are likely to wish for the second half banners than the first half banners, because the Navia and Ayaka, they are both DPSs, and especially for the more combat oriented players of Genshin, and the Genshin players that are more informed about like combat mechanics and stuff, they know that on field DPSs just aren't that valuable in the game. Like, for example, if you have Navia on the team, then you're gonna have to set up your team so that everybody else on the team is there to support Navia. Because if they don't support Navia, then your Navia and her being on the field will just feel really bad because she's on the field for so long but not doing a lot of damage if your other characters don't support her, right? But if you go on your other characters because you think the other characters will do more damage than Navia, then what's Navia doing there? Because she has no off-field abilities. I guess her burst, sure, but then like it's Geo. It's a Geo off-field ability. I mean, I don't know about the multipliers, but I highly doubt a burst like that will do a lot of damage. Same thing with Ayaka, but Ayaka literally has no off-field abilities. Very strong on-field character, but very conditional. Like there are very specific conditions to make her feel awesome. And for more than a year now, like a year, 2 years now, a lot of us have seen how Hoyo has very indirectly made cryo / freeze teams not very fun to play. It very indirect. They haven't debuffed or nerfed anyone or anything, but the way that they indirectly do it is they release certain types of enemies with certain types of behavior. They arrange Abyss in a certain way. And now I'm not talking about like just the chambers or anything. I'm also talking about like the layout of where the enemies are spawning, when they spawn, etc. So yeah, it's been like they've shown us how easy it is to make a great DPS like Ayaka feel not as great as she actually is. And so yeah, it's Ayaka's a great DPS, but Hoyo has shown us that they have the capability to easily make her into somewhat of a seasonal DPS. And when I say season, it's like she will only be as great as she is if they make Abyss exactly what Ayaka needs to be a great DPS. Ayaka is what is that? Sun and moon experience. What do you mean? I guess like you're referring to like being a seasonal type of DPS where she's only good if things line up for her. Navia good, her kit may be good, but she looks cute, she looks nice, but she is Geo. Skipping maybe one day. Yeah, I mean like the thing is like if Navia's multipliers are good, then sure, she'll be similar to like let me think. Who's like a DPS that relies solely on just multipliers? I guess Zhao, Wander. Who else is Geo? Ningguang. I mean, some of the theater crafters keep talking about like every time they talk about Navia, they just can't help but also talk about Ningguang. Alright, time to 100% the new areas. Been stuck at 96 on both since 2 to 3 weeks. Oh wow, I've been literally, well maybe not 96, but pretty close to 90. And then like I finally did it a few streams ago. But yeah, hey, wish you luck, Nashidi. Take care, man. Good luck, man. She has it. She's pretty good. She doesn't have her. Sorry, what was that? Have her support. She's Well, yeah, I mean, it's like she looks good, you know, like so at least she has that going for her. Noel. Oh yeah, yeah, that's right, that's right. People also like when they talk when theory crafters talk about Navia, they just can't help but bring up Ningguang and Noel. This banner art looks nice. I mean, it does actually. Oops. Oh yeah, now that you mentioned that, I just realized. Yeah, wow. Wait, that's very unusual. It's triggering me how a little bit now that I'm like swapping constantly between the two. It's kind of triggering me how like Candace is not moving at all. She's exactly where she needs to be in both pictures. But then like Rosaria is a little smaller over here, and like Sucrose is like off a little bit to the left or right in either picture. It's kind of triggering me. But yeah, now that you mention that, they include like the picture of the cannons and like what is that, smoke, I guess, which yeah, wow, okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's is this the first time they've done this? Genshin went America. Girl got her entourage of cannons. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if this is the first time they've done that to a banner. But hey, it makes the banner look better. Like, you know, looking at this, it's very plain, but then like, you know, would have been enough for a lot of us maybe a year or 2 years ago just to see Ayaka on the banner. That would have been enough. And like, okay, can't take my primos. Weapon banner, not gonna lie, just appearance wise, like this might be like the closest I've ever been to actually thinking about getting a weapon just for how it looks. that is the coolest claymore we've ever gotten. It's not even a claymore. Like, look at the design. It's more like a battle axe or a halberd, and not a claymore. A claymore is, this is not what a claymore looks like. That's an axe or a halberd. But it looks good. It looks really good. Some part of me really wants to get Mistsplitter, but I only have one account that has Ayaka, and I guess my Kaching could also use Mistsplitter, sure. But I almost, I don't know. The only time I've used Kaching, especially, you know, now that I know how to play the game, have been if I'm sure that Abyss is easy enough, is easy enough for me to just try and have fun. Or if I already 9-starred it and I just want to use Kaching. I just want to take her out into Abyss. The axe reminds me of Escanor's sacred weapon, Rita and 7. Yeah, you're right. Oh my god, how did that never come to mind? You're absolutely right. Yeah. That's absolutely right. It is. It really does resemble that weapon. Wow. Okay. Yep, exactly. Yeah. Also, another reason why, like, the part of me that wants to pull for Mistsplitter for my Ayaka doesn't is because of my current build on Ayaka relies, like, I have, like, my stats, the pieces that I have for her on the right sets, have crit damage, more crit damage than crit rate, and that's why I would prefer Jade Cutter over Mistsplitter. And I know that as long as if you can redistribute your stats like evenly between crit damage and crit rate, and then like swap between Mistsplitter and Jade Cutter, that Mistsplitter will outdamage Jade Cutter, but I'm not in that situation. I don't have the right artifacts for me to swap out crit damage, my crit damage for crit rate, and still have, you know, and not lose out on some stats or like be on the wrong set. So yeah, I would prefer my Ayaka just get Jade Cutter instead of Mistsplitter. Did the update come out? No, not yet, Sandy. In 2 days from now. It's coming out 2 days from now. The Majestic Rita should never be compared to this Barbarian's Axe. Majestic Rita? Is that the name of the weapon? Now someone needs to draw Navia. It's in that Escanor pose. When he was about to strike one of the 10 commandments, and he's so huge and the sun is burning. I'm sure somebody's gonna oblige for that request, man. Sooner or later, I'm sure somebody's gonna oblige for that. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm sure somebody will. Oh man, that's hilarious. Okay, well, I guess we should take a look at the 4 stars as well. Wow, that is the saddest pile of 4-star weapons that I've seen. I mean, wow. Well, they were nice enough. They were nice enough to put Aquamaru in here so that if you pull on the weapon banner and you don't have enough Primo Gems and instead you get Mistsplitter instead of Verdict, that you'll at least have some chance of getting Aquamaru, which will probably be okay on Navia. I mean, like, I don't think it'll be the best 4-star on her, but at least it will be the correct 4-star on her. And when I say correct, I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying it's not wrong. It's not the wrong 4-star on her. Sad flute noises. Doot, 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 doot. Dragon's Bane. Sure, great weapon, but then really only will enable Hyper Bloom Raiden, right, like full EM Raiden. Sure, R5 will rival R1 Homa on your Hu Tao. And even the catch on your Xianyun. But if your stat distribution on your Hu Tao is you have a lot more EM, not a lot of HP on your substats, then putting Homa on your Hu Tao will outdamage the R5 Dragon's Bane by a lot. But if you have a Hu Tao that has a lot of HP substats and is on an HP Sands, then sure, Dragon's Bane would be pretty good on your Hu Tao if you don't have Homa. But if you're in a situation where you want to use Homa on somebody else, then sure, put that on your Hu Tao. But other than that, like okay, that's one character in a very specific situation. And okay, another character, Xianyun. But again, because it's an EM weapon, it's going to take care of your damage. Sure, no problem, right? But you're going to have to lose so many other stats on your artifacts, like substats, to get so much more ER, to have enough ER to get your proper rotations. Right, either that or you're gonna have to run 5 weapons on so many of your other characters in the team. And sure, maybe you could make it work with like 130 ER on Xianyun, but then like 400 EM and like your good crit ratios, sure, you could probably make it with like Raiden Shogun on the team, with Fav lands, and then like Bennett on Fav sword, and then like whoever your animal character is, or sorry, Hydra character is on the Fav weapon. Maybe you could make it work, sure. But you're losing damage on your other characters to gain damage on your Xianyun. I mean, sure. Very subjective. That I guess that would be completely up to you. Hey, what's up, Karma? Good to see you, man. What are the 4 stars in the figure banner? Sucrose, Rosaria, and Candace. Yeah. I mean, like, realistically, most people will really only want to get Sucrose from this banner. The other, like, Rosaria is not useless, but she's also not very necessary nowadays. And Candace is Candace. Hey, she looks good. So if you want a copy of her, and you do get a copy of her while trying to wish for Ayaka and or Navia, congratulations. You got a character that you could log into the game with and just stare at. Do I even have her? Yeah, I do. Okay. Right? Hey, she looks good. She looks good. If you get a copy of her, you're not going to use her. You just want a copy of her so you could log into the game and just stare at her. Hey, why not? Right? I'm not here to judge. I do like her design, actually. I really like her, like, Egyptian-ish, like, aesthetic. And honestly, like, like, she looks so good that I wish I could use her. Xianyun is so energy hungry. Oh my gosh, even 250 feels like not enough. In some teams, yes. In some teams, it really just doesn't feel like it's enough. Oh, hang on. Let's no, that is the wrong Chrome window. I should change this. Where is it? Ah, there. Okay. You are the highlight of this evening, my lady. So
You lie on the grass, you can feel the heartbeat of the world.
every time I have to swap accounts, I'm switching to this screen. So, anyway, I'm sure most of you guys have heard Cloud Retainer is playable. Well, she's going to be playable, and I was very surprised. I'm back. Yo, welcome back, Sherry. I really didn't believe anyone. Really did not believe that Cloud Retainer would ever be playable. I mean, like, I'm not saying that, like, you know, they were lying or they were memeing or whatever, but it just didn't register to me that Cloud Retainer would ever be playable. And here we are. Okay. Let me see. How long have we been going? 2 hours. You know what? I might just do my dailies tomorrow. My dailies and weeklies. I think I'll just do my oh wait. I think I know what to do. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'll use the resin that I currently have now that I would have used on weekly bosses to condense them, and then just run my artifact domains now, and then I just won't use my pink resin from the teapot. Bet the comments apparel for. Oh wait, hey, there's this man. I wish I'd subscribed to him. I keep forgetting to subscribe to him. There's this one creator on YouTube that I've recently seen quite often, recommended by YouTube. I think his name is Mujin. I'm really not sure. I think Mujin is right. And I kind of enjoy his videos. Like, it's not like I'm learning anything from it. At least, like, nothing completely useful. Nothing that will, like, change my life or anything. But I like that a lot of the videos that I've seen of him are just him, like, either covering some, like, controversy in the community, or like someone memeing on someone else, or the community's memeing on someone, and it's just so funny the way he covers them, I think. And now I'm not sure if he thinks some of them are that funny, because like sometimes I feel like he's like laughing way too much for something that I feel like isn't that funny. But hey, you know, everybody has their humor, right? But I also really like the fact that he laughs at it as if it's the funniest thing ever, because it makes me think that, oh wow, okay, this is actually funny, compared to if nobody laughed at it, or if I didn't see or hear anyone laugh at it, then I would have just been like, eh. Right? And I like that. Sometimes just seeing or hearing somebody laugh is already enough to make me appreciate something that you know, something is funny. Yeah, but yeah, I like him. He's very humorous, I think. Oh, the first video I saw from him was that video of that, what was that Genshin thing? I really didn't know that happened if I didn't see his video of it. But there was this like event, like online event that Genshin did, where apparently people could help create this image by drawing, like, everybody could do 1 pixel every like 5 minutes, I think. And oh, it was that, like, what was that Genshin stuff, and Genshrek. $289K. No, I mean, like, don't be fooled by that, man. Like, I don't know what this domain's buff is. Okay, it was right there. I should have seen it, but I just, you know, by instinct, I just click away from it. But this domain seems to give us damage percent. I swear I'm going to pay attention the next time we try it. But yeah, 289K is like a little bloated for me, because there's like extra buffs in this domain. Just watched 2 of his videos earlier. Oh, you did? Okay. Yeah, I think he's funny. Like, he's rather humorous, I think. Still waiting for that cryo character in Mondstadt to be playable. And I just clicked away from it by instinct again, man. Alright. From Mondstadt to be playable. The one that says vengeance a lot. Alright. You're already starting that train of memes, huh? I mean, well, it wasn't very recent, but she just had her rerun some time ago. And you're already starting that train of memes, huh? Gotta go, RJ. I feel so sleepy. Oh, okay. Hey, thank you so much, Happy, for coming by and being, you know, as supportive as you've always been, man. Thank you, man. And happy holidays. Happy holidays, man. Wish you the best. Okay, I'm just gonna continue. I'm not gonna run anymore, but I'm not gonna run the domain anymore. I just want to see the leyline disorder. Character loses, recovers losing HP. Crit damage increases by 7% for 10 seconds. 0.1 max 10 stacks. Oh, that's wow. That's crazy. And me using Furina in this team is just making that so much bigger. That is nuts. It's pretty good buff actually. Hey, what's up, Blob? Good to see you, man. Happy holidays. Haven't seen you in a while. 299k Raiden Burst Epic. Yeah, but then, you know, like I said, bloated, right? Because I'm getting like more crit damage from the domain. Okay, so I'm gonna try and use do the thing that my friend told me again. Charlotte's not an HP scaler. She's an attack scaler. Who's an HP scaler here? Oh, Xianyun. Okay. Well, she's not obviously Xianyun's not an HP scaler. But my friend said that he sometimes used Xianyun to upgrade his artifacts. And we'll see if that helps in any way at all. Alright, so this isn't even a very good piece. It's just, at least it has the potential to have 2 crit stats on it. And, alright, well, defense scaler gave me defense. You know, like, makes sense. Yep, gave me another defense roll. Oh man, this is certainly not working out the way I thought it would work out. Wait, what? I got all hunter sets? I mean, like mostly hunter sets this run? Wow, that's okay. Alright, I wonder if this thing will actually give us something useful. So it doesn't have 2 crit stats, but at least most of the stats on it are usable. ER would have been better if this was at least HP percent. Man, okay. And I got a low roll on crit damage. But yeah, let's see plus 16. Nope. I was on your stream yesterday. Can't believe they named the character gaming. Oh my god, the number of people have said that. Yee. I mean, obviously, it's not actually gaming, right? It's, I'm sure, yeah, I'm sure you know that. It's, according to Unrevealed earlier, he said that it's supposed to be Jia, like Jia Ming, but then like mistranslation and stuff, and then instead of Jia, it ended up becoming Ga. It's supposed to be Jia, but I don't know if that's true or not. I mean, like, I'm sure we'll find out if he's ever in like an event story quest. We're gonna hear a voice actor say his name, like an English voice actor say his name in English, and then we're gonna figure out exactly how we're supposed to say his name. I'm very interested to see. I'm very interested to see how the English VAs pronounce his name. Is 22 to 25k albedo skill damage good? I think that's pretty good. Yeah, yeah. I see some like Giga Whales get like 40k, but then that was like somebody building, like really building him for damage, and like trying to showcase him. But I think 22 to 25k is very good realistic damage. I do see some people who just who are doing like realistic rotations with realistic teams with albedo in them, who I know have really good builds, not like Giga Whale like showcase builds, but like realistic builds, but also just really good builds, who do I think like around 30k, but I think 22 to 25k is very realistic. Yeah, it's good realistic. Oh yes, by the way, guys, you should you should do the pre-install thing. Pre-installation is available. First time I checked it out was this morning, I think, when the notices came out. Yeah, when the notices came out, the new banners came out. Yeah. All right, let's swap accounts just to use up some resin over there. Go to a crit scaler then. Maybe I should have done that. So, what do you think of Cloud Retainer? I mean, some of you guys probably already know her kit, you know, from like looking at speculations. But yeah, what do you guys think? At least like aesthetically, character-wise, like are any of you guys interested at all in getting her? I just dumped Golden Troop artifacts for him because all good pieces I got on that domain are def ones. Glad I was around when his business slot cinnamon spinky. What? Oh, albedo was given. I haven't seen the skills yet. Oh yeah, no. I mean, I'm just talking about like character wise or design wise. Like, is she attractive to you guys at all? Because like me, design wise, like I mean, I'm a straight dude, right? So she looks good. She looks good. Personality wise, she's not my type. Never has been. As for her kit, that is going to be for the practical side of me to judge whether her kit is worth wishing for or not. Even for Chlorinde or Skirk. Man, yeah, Skirk certainly is somebody that... Whew. You know, I'm a little nervous that Skirk might be... like her initial design, like her current design, might be a little bit too out there, if you know what I'm saying, right? And I get the feeling that they might quote unquote nerf her design on launch. And so far we've only seen how many characters have we seen that Hoyo do that on? I think really only Rosaria. They made her assets a little a little too bountiful. And then on release, they took it back a notch, right? They took it back a notch, and while Skirk doesn't have any of that, other than just how revealing and skin tight everything is, but I don't know. I feel like they might nerf her design on launch, and I'm a little nervous for that. Finally, Madam Ping is playable. I mean, okay. Oh, I think Madam Ping potentially never becoming playable is one of the reasons why I never believed that Cloud Retainer would ever become playable. And then, like, here we are. We could clearly see her. She's going to be playable. And we've already seen a character model of Madam Ping that can clearly become playable. Like the younger Madam Ping. And, well, she's an Adepti, so, like, she could pretty much just choose whatever she looks like, right? So and now at this point, me seeing the drip marketing for Cloud Retainer sort of makes me rethink the way that I decide which characters I think will ever become playable or not. It's changed my mind. Now I'm wow, if I've ever seen a goblet. Boy. Okay, well, I'm sure you guys are gonna enjoy watching my heart broken right in front of you guys, but right? Let's see, how is this thing gonna break my heart? I think I should just take it all the way. Yeah. Let's take it all the way. It's so mid. I mean, it's not completely useless. Okay, well, you know what? I take that back. It's decent. Unfortunately, it's a lot of low rolls. Well, not super low rolls, but a little disappointed at the flat def roll. So what is this? 3 rolls of 6-ish. Yeah, 6.2. That's pretty low. It's not the lowest roll, but pretty low roll. And then this is 2 rolls of on average 3.3, which is not. It's okay. It's not bad. Not bad. Highest roll is 3.9. It's pretty average. Yeah, actually, you know what? Never mind. It's very average. Yeah. So, I mean, thankfully, I only have 1 wasted roll, but every good roll was like low rolls, except for EM. I think highest EM roll is like 23. I think, and yeah, on average that's like 20 per roll. So not bad. Not bad. Yeah, it's good, like really good for mid game, but I think it's just acceptable for end game. It is actually, yes. That's exactly who I'm thinking of. Official Goblet. Oh no. Oh, by the way, look at this Shangling build, by the way. 155 EM. And to some characters, that's like enough or pretty decent ER. But to Shangling, no, that is like really uncomfortable. The only reason why like it kind of works in this team is because the two the two robots at the end, the second wave of enemies, gives me big particles, and I'm running Raiden Shogun, who generates energy, and Furina's on Fab Sword. And yeah, it's just barely working. It's just barely working. Oh hey, what's up SN90? Yo, good to see you, man. Long time, man, long time. You're here for your seasonal watch. Who is Gaming? What did they do? No, I mean, like, it's just drip marketing, man. They didn't release any information about the kits yet. Hey, you know, if you're willing to look up leaks and stuff, then be my guest, but not me. Sorry, just not a big leak guy. Oops. Hey, what's up, Abstract? Yo, Abstract? How have you been, man? I don't remember the last time you've been here. I haven't been here in a while, man. How are things? Also, happy holidays, everybody. Wow, I'm seeing so many people that haven't been here in a while tonight. So happy to see you guys, especially right for the holidays, so I could at least greet y'all. Cloud Retainer's kit is game changing though. I look at leaks but don't show them around. Oh, okay. Hey, I appreciate it, man. Game changing. Xavier was here earlier. Wait, is he still here? No. Okay, no. Yeah. So Xavier was here earlier, and he was he mentioned that he shared some guesses. Yes, some guesses and rumors about Cloud Retainer's kit, or excuse me, Xianyun. Yeah, Xianyun's kit. I haven't had the time to take a long serious look at it yet, but maybe later or tomorrow I'll take a look at it. It's getting pretty late. I don't have enough brain cells left from yesterday, from today, to like properly take a look at it and actually come up with an idea. Oh man, okay, you know what? I'm an idiot. I think I'm just gonna do my weekly bosses now, because I'm gonna have to. Oops. I'm gonna have to mess up my my resin, like, you know, amounts, because I already did my weekly bosses on one account, and like the amount of resin that my different accounts will be different, and I don't know, like the obsessiveness in me just can't handle that. Haven't seen any Genshin related things since Yelan. Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, I guess you haven't been playing Genshin for a while, Abstract. Yelan, when you say Yelan, was it the Yelan rerun, or was it the Yelan release? Because yeah, it's been a while. It's been such a long while that Yelan has had a rerun. I think 2 reruns already.
Stabilize.
Man, can you just please give me... I've just, man, I don't know how to time this guy right to where I will like just be perfectly in you know, right, like right here, right? By the time that I get to Hu Tao in this rotation, like the guy is practically flying out already. Oh, so apparently it's 50% HP. Because like his HP is like about 48% right now. He does that attack. I thought it was like 40% HP before he does that attack.
Rain outlines your fate. Witness the power of the wild. Know my sword. Game's up. Time's over. Busted.
Solidify. Stabilize.
I'm just now realizing, by the way, the music in this fight is actually really good.
Outlines your fate. Let me read you a verse. Know my sword. Here comes the test.
The 4.1 rerun? Ah, I see. Wow, it's, well, been quite some time, I guess. Also waited a bit to get Furina and her weapon. Got her, no weapon, insta-quit. I mean, the weapon's not all that good, man. Like, especially if you're on an old account that has festering. Furina's weapon really isn't all that good. Like, depending on your stat distribution from your artifacts, the total DPS difference is like really small. You know, between her signature weapon and R5 festering, it's like in between the 5 to 10% difference. Like, you know, from a limited 5-star, even I would say even a 10% difference. Okay, that's not nothing, right? That's kind of significant. But then, like, for how much you're spending to get their signature weapon versus just a weapon that you've had since like 1.2. I don't even remember when festering came out. I think wasn't that like 1.2 or 1.3? I joined in 1.2, but I don't have festering. What? What happened? Why not? It was 1.2? Oh, well, oh, I'm gonna guess that you said you joined 1.2, so I'm gonna guess that you were like still in the super early stages of Genshin at that point, where you're like me, where you had no idea what you were doing.
Gotcha. Witness the power of the wild. Things are about to get dicey.
It's more of an aesthetic thing, though. Oh, okay. Well, can't blame me for that, though.
Busted.
You know, while Furina's weapon is it is in a similar situation to Yelan's signature weapon, where if you go for the signature weapon, you're gonna need a lot of ER from your main stat and substats to get enough ER to make the character usable, to get like a usable rotation out of them.
Witness the power.
But in Furina's case, she's not. I think Furina isn't as energy hungry as Yelan is. Like, granted, Yelan isn't super energy hungry, but she certainly does need her energy, because the biggest part of her kit, like the most valuable part of her kit, is her burst, right? So she's a bit burst reliant to be valuable.
Busted.
And without her burst, she's kind of not really doing anything on the team.
Quiet now. No, my sword.
They should just put that in the shop. Are you talking about festering? I just slap a sacrificial sword on her and call it a day.
Solidify.
I think I would prefer I prefer Fab on somebody like Furina, because like
Body and
sacrificial sword isn't exactly necessary on her. You know, being able to cast her skill again isn't necessary because of the really long duration. While the cooldown's long, but the duration's also a lot longer. So sac sword just isn't that necessary, and I think Fab would be a lot more helpful to Furina and the rest of the team because of the white particles. It was a joke because I have like 5. Hey, I mean, at least you have extra sac swords, right? The only account that I have extra copies of sac sword on, I think, is my main account. I'm not sure. Either my main or second account. And while I don't use it, like it's level 1, but I'm pretty sure at some point in the future, I'm going to want to use it. But then I don't have it on my other accounts. Yeah, I just don't have a lot of Fab weapons. Fab and sac weapons. And I think sac sword really is like the only... I guess fragments is okay too. Sac fragments, because like I use sac fragments on my Nahida all the time. Yeah, but the rest of it, all the other weapon types, I think Fab is just a lot more valuable than sac. And the new weekly boss looks so good. Oh, are you talking about the narwhal? Yeah, it does look good, doesn't it? I'm still a little annoyed about how to fight it, because I just can't seem to get a good timing on when I should start my rotations, so that I could just by the time that so far most of the time I've been often using my Hu Tao double hydro team to fight it, and I just can't seem to get a good timing on the rotation, you know, to where by the time that I get back to Hu Tao, it's just the perfect time for me to start dishing out damage and get the most amount of window time, DPS window time.
Reality is pain.
Oh man, I just
Cruel world.
couldn't time it properly, man. Swapping characters.
Access denied.
Okay, I timed that one right.
I was destined for more.
How does your Ganyu do 90k? That is mostly because the Scaramouche weekly boss, and the Raiden Shogun weekly boss, when they are in their what's it called? Their vulnerable state, their resistances go way down. I think they have like negative resistance to like everything when they're in their vulnerable state, you know, after you knock them down. And that's why like it's gotten a lot easier for people to do like 1,000,000 damage showcases because of the the Scaramouche weekly boss and the Raiden Shogun weekly boss. Because when they're in their vulnerable state, they have negative resistances to everything. Gotta go. Take care. Bye-bye. Oh, alright. Hey, thanks for coming by and hanging out with us, SN90. Happy holidays, man. Happy holidays. Okay. Right. Time to do weekly bosses on the second account. Burning is the new melt meta. Not really. It's mostly because to me it's just a very brain dead way for me to do Ganyu melt. Like for example, before Dendro, right? Before Dendro came out, before Nahida, the only way that you could do like a melt Ganyu was with either Bennett and Jean in like using Sunfire. Or you would have Xiangling with a lot of ER. A lot of ER, and Xiangling basically wouldn't be doing any damage at all because all your stats are just... So many of your stats are just in ER. Because you're going to be on the field with Ganyu, then you won't be able to swap to Bennett to funnel particles into Xiangling. So you're going to need like 280 to 300 ER on your Xiangling just to make it work. And it'll feel bad because like your Xiangling, which otherwise would have been a really good DPS for your other team, like here she is being a lighter for your Ganyu to melt, right? And then another one would be, okay, Bennett and Jean with Sunfire. Okay, sure, that's great. But then it's not gonna be easy to get Jean enough ER to be able to just essentially take the field once every rotation, E, and then burst, and then on your Bennett as well. Bennett's a little easier to get enough ER on, but still that's pretty high ER, like 250 maybe, I think, or higher. But now that's 3 out of the 4 character slots that you're taking up just to apply Pyro off field. And with Nahida, sure, right? It's 3 characters. Your Pyro character to apply Pyro, Nahida, and then of course Ganyu yourself. But Nahida just makes it so much more valuable because Nahida herself, while her only job is supposed to be just applying Dendro, because of her passive, I think it's every 2 seconds or 2.5 seconds. I don't remember. Whenever you do any elemental reaction on the enemies that are marked with the Seeds of Skanda, then Nahida will deal a significant amount of damage, especially if you've got her actually built. A significant amount of damage to all the enemies that are marked with the Seeds of Skanda, regardless of whether you did an elemental reaction on them or not. So it's like you now have AoE damage without having to crowd control them. On top of your Ganyu doing damage, and you don't have to keep swapping to someone to apply pyro, because of the way burning works. Is if you already have pyro on an enemy, let's say you have Dendro and you put pyro on them, okay, now you have burning. But then burning is also sort of similar to just having a pyro aura. And Nahida's mark, I think, lasts for just so long, like I think 25 seconds, I think, that essentially you really only need to keep putting either Dendro or pyro on that burning reaction to keep it going, which means you could stay on Ganyu for like 25 seconds at least, without having to swap out off of her. And every time, because you're doing melt, it's an elemental reaction. It triggers Nahida's Seeds of Skanda, and then applies Dendro to your burning, which will keep your burning going. Essentially, you just have permanent pyro on the enemy, at least until the Seeds of Skanda run out. And I really didn't like burning Ganyu back then with Shengling or Sunfire, because it meant that I had to keep swapping Shengling's build between like average build, average like general use case build, or like super high ER build. And I really didn't want to keep doing that.
Gather. Stabilize.
Here comes the no, my sword.
Gather.
Let me lead you a verse. Busted.
Oh, this is pretty good timing. Hey, not bad. Okay, that was good timing actually. I think that might have been like the first or second time that I've killed this boss without having to do that extra like fight against that that whatever enemy that was in the black hole. Haven't even seen a burn team. Oh, you would be surprised. Like Blob, I think you need to watch a little bit more Zajef content. You'd be in for a surprise. He calls it, what did he call it? What was it? Oven? Oh, air fryer. He calls it an air fryer team. So apparently the team that I saw him use to make it work was Venti, and or whoever animal character that has I guess Venti would be the best for this, because you know how burning, like when someone has burning on them and then they stand next to you, you also get burned. With Venti's burst, if enemies are ventiable, then the burning on everyone will also burn everyone else. So you will essentially have so much burning stacking on top of each other, like everyone just burning each other.
Quietly now.
And it's a little dangerous. Yeah, the team's a little dangerous because you have so much burning going on around you, and obviously enemies, especially melee enemies, are gonna be coming at you. So their burning is gonna rub off on you and essentially also burn you.
Busted.
Solidify.
Game's up. Time's over. Let me lead you a race. Rain outlines your fate.
Gather.
Rain cutter. Quietly now. Here comes the catch. Body in. Rain outlines your fate.
A weird name. Yep. Calls the team air fryer. Yep, exactly. Use a burn melt. Oh yeah, that is apparently a pretty good team too, or so I've heard. Essentially, you have like characters that will trigger burning, and then Risley is in there triggering melts. Anyone going to answer my question? Which question? Should I build Risley, Eula, or Feminine? Among those three, I'd say Risley is like I think the most endgame viable among the three, because like, so Feminine obviously is a 4-star, so he has 4-star. He has 4-star base stats, which is going to be a lot harder to make endgame viable, because you're gonna need much better artifacts on a character that has 4-star base stats over a character that has 5-star base stats. I need the weird Fontaine thing though. I guess you mean, yeah, I guess you're talking about Risley's Ascension materials. For the puzzles? Between the three, I'm biased. Where's Risley? Eula is just too backbone. Yeah, that's true. Feminine is okay. That's I agree. Sub detection unit? Numa and Uja? What do you mean? Oh, okay. Well, doesn't Risley have one? Yeah, I think Risley has it. Right? Which boss is this again? Oh, okay. Yeah, Risley has one, right? From his birth. Oh, that's. Okay, that's kind of icky. Well, you know, Blob. Here's the thing. You don't actually really need any of your characters to have Numa or Uja, because so far, 99% of the time, like if there's an Uja thing like that you have to deal with, there's usually a Numa block somewhere around, and sometimes it's like right next to it too, and vice versa. And if you somehow can't find it, then you already have free characters. Everyone has them that have either one, Numa or Uja. One is Hydro Traveler, and the other one is cat girl. What's her name? Lynette. And all you have to do is just take like a few seconds to swap one of the characters and then do their thing, and that's it. Honestly though, the Uja and Numa thing feels like an afterthought. Even in Abyss, you can brute force the enemy and be disabled by that mechanic. Yeah, and another thing too is like I really thought that they would have made like enemies super annoying, like either making them super aggressive or a lot stronger. If you couldn't deal with whatever Uja and Numa mechanic that they had, but they didn't. Like, sure, they do have. I think some of the enemies have slightly different attack patterns, unless if you like disable them. But like most of the enemies are essentially like you can disable the enemies for like a few seconds and like give yourself like a DPS window if you deal with the mechanic. But then that's it really. Like as long as you don't die. As long as you don't die, or like if you kill enemies quick enough, then really won't have any problems with it. My characters are too weak to brute force. I have to be strategic. Okay, understandable. But if you're just talking about puzzles and stuff, like 99% of the time, if there's an Uja thing you have to deal with, there's usually a Numa block right nearby, like sometimes even right next to it, and vice versa.
Burn to oblivion! Solidify! Kneel! Stabilize!
Took me forever to beat the whale during the story. Oh, the narwhal.
Solidify! Reality?
Yeah, understandable, man.
Good riddance, cruel world.
You know, I think I'm fairly confident that the reason why Hoyo keeps making Genshin like super, like they keep trying to push out updates that are like a lot of the more hardcore like combat oriented players often say respond to with like who wanted this, is I think because of like casual players just like you, Blob, is I think the silent majority of the Genshin player base are players like very casual players like you, like who don't really, you know, deal with the combat stuff like as well as the more combat oriented players.
Lose it all again.
And I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like some people are fully capable of dealing with it, and some people just don't want to be bothered, and they just want to play the game. And then occasionally there'll be combat in the game that they'll have to deal with, but they'll find it annoying or difficult to deal with, so they're gonna have to be strategic about it, just like what you're trying to do. And it's perfectly understandable. Yeah, and that's why I never really complain whenever Hoyo does anything to like make Genshin easier, because I sort of understand that the fact that they're doing that means that the silent majority of their player base are probably these casual players. Does the whale have an Uja and Numa mechanism? No, I don't think so. Oh wait, when you get pulled in the whale. Really? Okay. I didn't know that actually. So okay, you mentioned earlier puzzles, but I mean what you're talking about now, it seems like you also need it for combat. Hello Jay, long time no see. Yo, what's up, Bozan? Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good. Thanks for asking. A little sleepy because it's a bit late, but the holiday season has been very good to me. Yeah, holiday season has been very good to me, and while I'm not in a very good financial situation right now, but it's not like I'm going bankrupt anytime soon.
Time itself is a silence.
Yeah, yeah, good, not great, not great, but not terrible either. So good, good. And despite the rainy season, like really heavily rainy season nowadays, I'm healthy. My family, my loved ones are healthy, and that's just
There is still a
what
lot
more could
left
you
to
want?
do.
What more could you want from life?
Itself is a silent song.
Y'all just brute force it. Yeah, yeah, kind of. Why did you lose your job or what? Yeah, no, nothing like that. I mean, like I haven't really had a job like for like 3-ish years now. I've really kind of just worked for myself, and I don't know. It's just a little slower than usual. A little slower than usual.
Is a silent song.
Winter here, so cold.
It's so nice to
I don't know if all of you guys will agree with me on this, but to me it feels like weather is like a little more extreme this year than it was last year and the year before that and the year before that. I feel like rains are a lot rainier, and hot days are a lot hotter. Humid days are a lot more humid, and it just seems like, I mean, I don't know, right? Like, and if you look at the math, if you look at like what scientists are recording all over the world, global average temperatures are going up and have been going up and have not stopped going up ever. Especially since the beginning, since humans have begun the industrial age, like ever since then, global average temperatures have just kept going up, like have not stopped going up at all. And I think, yeah, I think my, again, it's very subtle, but I'm pretty sure that I'm like seeing that every year the weather just kind of gets worse, and I'm quite confident that this is a result of the ever increasing global average temperature, because hotter summers mean colder winters or rainy seasons. And problem with that is, in tropical countries, a really hot day is not only dangerous because like temperatures are hot, but it's also dangerous because in tropical countries the humidity is so high that I heard this term called the wet bubble. If you guys, I really don't fully understand it myself, but if you guys want to look more into it, like I suggest you Google it. You're on your own. You get on YouTube, do your own research. But from my limited understanding of it, it seems to be that because the temperature is so high, and normally the way that our bodies cool off is we sweat, right? We sweat, or like if we take a shower, then when we wipe off the water off our bodies, that some of that water will also take away some of the heat from our skin, and hence cooling us off. Or either that, or like you're sweating and you're in front of the fan to cool off, or like, because essentially how sweat helps us cool off is you get sweat, now you have that liquid on your skin, and once that liquid evaporates, it also takes some of the heat. It takes some of the heat off your skin into the water droplet, and then when it evaporates, it dissipates into the air. But when the humidity is so high, the evaporation doesn't happen, because like, what is it going to evaporate into? It's like the humidity, the water droplet has the same amount of water in it as the air surrounding it, so it can't evaporate into anything. So it's just there, stuck on your skin, along with the high temperature of your skin, and you're just stuck there. No way to cool down unless if you wipe off your sweat yourself all the time. And it's dangerous too, because sometimes, and like with high humidity, it doesn't have to, the temperature doesn't have to be that high for you to feel that hot. And that makes it more dangerous, because you don't feel like you're hot, but your body is actually, well, it's cooking. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Channeling you my blessings and always be happy. Aw, thank you so much, Pinkish. You as well, man. You as well. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to you too. And to all of you guys as well. I hope you guys are doing well, and I wish you guys the best. 2024 is upon us. It'll be here in less than 2 weeks now. So when does the new banner come out? That will be in 2 days from now, my friend. I mean, hang on. Right? Yeah. 2 days from now. Because it's a version update, it happens at the same time for everybody. So this is the same as everybody else on any other server. Yeah, so a day and 2 hours. I had to delete it for Honkai. Oh my god. Oh man, Genshin is really it's getting bigger, you know, storage wise. Yeah. You have Enka network? I mean, I think everybody has access to it, right? Unless if your country just for some reason banned Enka. It's a very obscure website to ban, but unless for some reason if your country banned Enka, then yeah, everybody has access to it. Why do you ask, Karma? One day nature will just decide to get rid of the world tumor that is human. Funny that you say that, actually, but me and my wife actually very frequently think about and talk about that. We often regard humans as bacteria, like cancer, right? Like and if you think about what cancer cells do, think about it. Cancer cells are essentially cells that have been that are harming the host, right? And what is our host? The Earth, right? The Earth is our host. While the Earth is not a biologically alive subject, it is like the surface of it is like the trees, the trees, the air, the trees, you know, that have the leaves, the trees, the plants, etc., that have the leaves that produce the oxygen that we need, you know, essentially keeping Earth quote unquote alive, right? Because like if let's say a cancer cells do enough damage to the host that it dies, right? Like it removes the part of the host that keeps the host alive, as well as the cancer cells. And so in humans / cancer cells relationship, that would be, well, the host being alive. In Earth's case, that would be Earth continuing to have greenery so that it could continue producing oxygen, as well as other factors as well that I think we don't really have much control of, such as like the Earth's magnetic field and solar storms and these not solar storms. There's this other thing that the sun does as well. Something events is apparently what it's called. Hang on. Sun. I forgot what it's called. Solar flares. Oh, coronal mass ejections. Okay, okay. Coronal mass ejections, or also known as CMEs, apparently are kind of like solar flares, but like the apparently they're different in the way that they work. And the CMEs are really dangerous because essentially they're like really big solar flares, a lot of radiation, a lot of radiation coming from the sun. And apparently there was the Earth did get hit with a really large CME, but that was like in the, I think it was like in the 40s or in the 50s, where we didn't really have as much electronic infrastructure as we do now. So it did like destroy quite a few things, you know, like radio stuff, wiring, etc. But we didn't have as much stuff, as much digital stuff as we do now. And it was apparently you could see northern lights near the equator when stuff like that happens. And it's like, think about it, right? That's nuts. That's a lot of particles hitting the Earth's magnetic field. And it looks cool, but very dangerous. And especially now in 2023 with all the digital infrastructure that we have and how much everybody relies so much on all of that infrastructure, if all of that, or like a good chunk of it, just goes offline, like I have no idea what we would do. Yo, a lot of Primo Gem. Yeah, because I never wish. Sorry for you. Who are you going to? Full blob. Unlike me, I'm broken Primo Gems. It was when we only had the radio. Yeah, exactly. When we only had the radio, essentially. I don't even think the TV was a thing then yet. And I don't remember what year it was, but apparently we had one recently. We had a really large CME, just as big as that one, but it didn't hit Earth. It missed Earth by 11 days. Just like think about it, 11 days in the time span of the solar system. Like, how lucky are we that it missed us by 11 days? What if the Earth just spun a little slower, like just like a few milliseconds slower every year for the past 4-ish billion years that the Earth has been here? If that were the case, I think that 11 days would have been exactly spot on. Like that CME would have hit Earth exactly. Like I think it was this year or last year, in the last few years. If Earth had just been going around the sun just a few milliseconds slower than it did over the past 4 billion years, I think that 11 days would have been a hit. Hi everyone. Yo, what's up, Shelly? How you doing, man? Happy holidays. Wait, RJ doesn't pull based. I'm very stingy. I am very, very stingy is what I am. Very, very practical and very, very stingy. It's because the sun keeps on changing its poles. Is that how CMEs work? Yeah, like I said, I have a very limited understanding of CMEs. I have 180 wishes collected for Raiden. Wasn't able to get her last time. Lost and got Mona. Oof, man, I'm sorry to hear that. But hey, 180 wishes, that is... Even if you're at 0 pity and you go to hard pity, that is... You're guaranteed, man. You're guaranteed. I might as well congratulate you now. Anyway, I'm already rambling, and I might as well do these while I'm already rambling. Happy holidays. Yeah, happy holidays, man. Thank you. Thank you. I hope your holidays are treating you well, man. One is actually speculated to come in a few years. Speaking of potentially world-ending events, I also recently heard about this thing. I forgot the name, but I forgot the name. But apparently, it's a phase that happens once every 13 years, and apparently, it's a phase of like the relationship. No, sorry, not relationship, but like the position between the Earth, Sun, and the Moon. Where, and I don't remember what position exactly make this happen, but apparently there's like a very specific position where the Earth, Sun, and Moon line up in a certain way that makes it so that the high tide goes really high and low tide goes really low. And it's essentially the low tide and high tide are exaggerated because of the sun, earth, and moon's like positions are in a certain way. And apparently the next one is going to be in 2032 or 34. And I'm a little nervous, to be honest. A little nervous because I live in a port city, and I'm not very far from the port. Albeit it is a bay that I live in, so it's not like super deep, but it is deep enough for this city to have become a port city earlier than a lot of the surrounding cities. Immune to hydro. Earth is kind of doomed unless we can find a way to protect the electric grid. Yeah, but then like that would be insanely expensive, right? Like having to like coat everything with extra layers of copper, I believe is how you protect from stuff like that. So we can't save Earth. I don't think it's gonna happen anytime soon. I think I think humans are still going to manage to be able to kill each other before physics does. Yeah, I mean, look at all the stuff that's been happening in the past year, right? I think we're still, humans are still gonna be able to kill each other much, quite before physics does. Like, okay. So obviously there's the Ukraine-Russia thing, and then recently there's the Israel Palestine thing, and now very recently there's the US Iran thing. Like what's up with that? It's not even like directly US Iran. It's more like not pirates. What's that group called? There's a group. There's like a group in Yemen that's like they're not really at least they well I guess they have actually claimed responsibility for some of the attacks on merchant ships that are passing through the area to get to the which canal is it? I don't remember. Right? So that is going to hinder trade by a lot. Gonna raise... Yeah, it's gonna reduce... It could potentially reduce the amount of oil that Saudi Arabia could export to everywhere else. Which means their ships, the ships that are carrying Saudi Arabian oil or like Middle Eastern oil are gonna have to take the long way to get to wherever they need to go, which will increase prices for all of that, because of the added fuel costs and like shipping costs. Not to mention, insurance companies are gonna have to ask for more money from these shipping companies because of the increased risk of ships getting attacked and damaged and like just losing their cargo. Yeah, and just it's insane. And other than that, I've also heard like some other like smaller countries apparently are at each other's necks, at each other's throats, and I'm just, man. And, oh, there's also this like thing in Asia happening, you know, like between Vietnam, like the Philippines, and man, there's not Somali pirates. Apparently, they're like a military. They're like a military, but not like a country's military. They're more like I guess you could, I forgot what the news called them, but they're similar to like a militant group. Like they have rockets, they have like some kind of formal military, like they wear uniforms, but they're not like under command of a country of Yemen. We're guaranteed to die in 4 billion days. Oh, years. Okay. Wait, 4 billion. Isn't that like the time when the Andromeda Galaxy is apparently estimated to mix together with the Milky Way? Or was it 2 billion? I don't remember. Yeah, because apparently the Andromeda Galaxy and the Milky Way are headed for are headed straight for each other, and at some point, we're gonna collide with each other. But then, like, it's gonna be less of the collision and more of like oil meeting water. Yeah, because a lot of people think that solid bodies like stars and planets and asteroids and comets, etc., are like really close to each other in space, but like that's actually very far from the truth. There is so much space between everything, right? Like I guess the closest solid body to Earth is the moon, sure, but then like the distance from Earth to the moon, like I forget. I think you could fit like I just remembered, you could fit all the other planets between the Earth and the moon, including Jupiter and Saturn. That is how much space there is between everything, and that's the moon. That's the closest thing that is there to Earth. It's gonna be called. It's gonna be called Milkdromeda.
Busted.
I can feel World War III starting though. Yeah. I think it's already starting. I think the only reason why people sort of haven't really called whatever's happening with all these countries across the world as World War III is because none of the great world powers have actually, stood up from their chairs and like started fighting between each other. Right? Like a lot of the world countries have sort of been like just threatening each other, but not really taking action. And I'm happy that they haven't done anything like that because, man, how much of a disruption that would be to the current world order. I mean, like, how about Russia? They're fighting. Yes, and that was very disruptive, but like that was Russia, a big country, both in power and economically, fighting against a smaller, less significant country. Also very significant, like, economically, because they provided a lot of grain. I forgot what kind of grain it was. To a lot of countries in the Middle East and Africa. And that also disrupted trade and increased, and just Russia was like the bigger had the bigger effect, because like Russian oil wasn't reaching where like all the other countries that it was selling to because of the war, and there was also the fact that because Western countries were sanctioning Russia was like, I'm gonna sell it to these guys. And then they were sanctioning it by essentially saying, hey, we're not gonna buy from you. I told all my friends not to buy from you anymore. And then because of that, Russian oil went up, and everybody else who was buying Russian oil had to pay more for the same amount of oil. And Russia was getting more for the same amount of oil, which was great for Russia. And then essentially somehow, the Western countries found a way around that by using insurance companies. Not exactly sure about the details, but they were using insurance companies to do it. They apparently they made it so that insurance companies wouldn't provide insurance unless if if ships had Russian oil in it, if the ships were selling the oil for like the normal price and not like an inflated price, that they wouldn't provide insurance for those ships. And that apparently that's how they found a way around that, and that certainly helped drive oil prices down. But they never really went back down to before the Russian-Ukraine war. Yeah, they've sort of been sitting like a little bit above that for a while. I think that's it. Wheat. Yeah. Ukraine is a pretty big wheat exporter. Apparently to a lot of countries in Africa and in the Middle East. And well, Russia was blockading it too. Like they weren't allowing any Ukrainian export out of the, well, because Ukraine doesn't exactly have a navy, and Russia, while doesn't exactly have the most powerful navy ever, but they have the most powerful navy in the Black Sea.
Add Astro. Thank you for.
Time to go.
Next on the agenda.
Okay, just swapping to the third account. You're so close to another war. Yeah, and I'm just, I think we are already currently at a world war, and the only reason why people haven't labeled it as such is because it's more like a lot of small skirmishes between smaller guys in the world. And like for example, World War One and World War Two were between great world powers. Right, it was like what was it? It was Germany, which is a really pretty big world power against basically everybody else. A lot of the great world powers in Europe, including Russia. America was kind of chilling, but they were sort of selling weapons to everybody. Oh, maybe, except Germany. And then at some point in World War II, they joined in. Yeah, and you know, because the big players were the ones in at war. That's sort of I guess the easiest way for people to label it as a world war. Whereas okay, like during think about during the Cold War, right? They didn't label it as a world war, but there were plenty of wars happening, right? There was like the Vietnam, like North versus South Vietnam. There was North versus South Korea. What else? And there were plenty of other wars too. It was essentially Russia and America going to other kids who were arguing with each other and saying, "Hey, I think you're right. I think you should. Hey, I think you're right. Here's some candy." Right? That was essentially what America and Russia were doing. Here's some candy. Here's a stick so that you could hit him again, so that you could hit him in case he says you're wrong again. And then the other guy comes back and then, "Hey, you're wrong," and then hits with a stick. And then there you go. And then Russia comes in and then saying like, "Oh, he's hitting with the stick. Here's a stick too, so you could hit each other with a stick." So something like a Cold War. Yeah, that's kind of that's kind of what's happening somewhat with Ukraine. Because, well, yeah, it's America and its allies providing weapons and like support to Ukraine, but not getting involved directly. In Asia, the China thing, it's more like the Western countries are just saying, "You're a meanie." Every time China does something that they don't like, the West comes in and like, "You're a meanie. We don't like you." And then like, so the smaller countries in Asia are like, "He's being a bad guy. He's bullying me. Look, he's touching me." Oh, you know, like those Karens, these clips of Karens in whatever country they're from, who are just taking, like, who just have their phones out, taking a video of each other, just so they could make sure that whoever makes the first move and touches the other gets caught on camera. And then whenever somebody does anything, they're like, "Hey, yo, she touched me. She touched me." Right? Hey, yo, you saw that, right? You saw that. She touched me. She's being a me. She's harassing me. Those citizens watching need you all to find a way to keep citizens safe. And I guess it is a strategy, you know, right? Because it is a strategy because China is such a big trading country, like they don't want everyone to hate them, because especially now, like China is in a precarious situation. China is not the only, they're not the only manufacturer anymore. Right? Like India is an up and coming manufacturing company. Vietnam. What else? Right? I mean, those countries can't replace China like tomorrow. Right? Like they can't do that tomorrow. But as long as those countries don't mess up, you know, like for example, like Apple, for example, right, is trying to spread out its manufacturing to multiple Asian countries, including India and I think Vietnam as well. And as long as those countries and like their partners over there don't mess up like majorly too many times in a row, like for example, iPhones getting leaked a lot more than they were getting leaked from when their partners were in China, then yeah, I think like India and these other Asian countries being the new manufacturers of iPhones might just continue growing. Like, and as soon as they keep growing, they're gonna keep getting better at it, and because they're gonna keep getting better at it, they're either gonna keep getting better and more expensive, or be just as good and cheaper, or both, get better and get cheaper. Which is exactly what Japan did when Japan was, you know, when a lot of the Western countries went to Japan to have their goods manufactured, especially the goods that were being sold to Asia, and then Japan's economy got better, and then salaries got higher, and then but until today, Japan still somehow manages to be relevant despite not being a primary option for cheap labor for manufacturing, because of the, you know, just the high quality manufacturing that Japan does. They're not the highest in the world, I think. I think some of the highest quality manufacturing in the world is somewhere in Europe, but it's pretty close. But the price difference is pretty big, and I think that's why Japan is still manages to be significant in manufacturing today, whereas China got so good at it. They can manufacture really high quality stuff, but most corporations just aren't going to choose to do that, especially because China can also offer cheaper manufacturing at an okay quality.
It's so
And sooner or later, as long as they don't mess up too badly, India, Vietnam, and some of these like other Asian countries will get to that point as well. A similar point to what happened with Japan and with China. It's always quantity or quality. Yeah, it really is, and it's like simplified. It all seems really simple, but like once we get into the details, it really it just makes sense, right? With China, the growth was just so much more apparent, and like it just seems so much more miraculous than what happened with Japan and like any other countries that were used by a lot of by Western countries for cheap labor and manufacturing, because of just the huge population, and just it's just a Chinese thing as well, that they're very efficient, they're very driven, they're very goal driven, and they're very efficient. And it's just a very Chinese thing. I'm just wondering, how did we get to this topic? Where did we even start? I don't even remember. We went from solar flares, CMEs, and that like weird sun, earth, moon thing, and then Andromeda Galaxy becoming and the Milky Way becoming Milkdromeda. And then here, yep, no idea, man. Absolutely no idea. Now I can no longer joke about everything coming from China. I mean, no, like really, there's, you know, people joke about like things being made from China that is low quality manufacturing or whatever. It's actually not the case. Like I'm sure that was the case at some point, like especially in the earlier days, but then nowadays that's really not the case. The why a lot of stuff that says made in China feels so bad is because whoever is going to China to have their goods manufactured in China is just choosing to say, just manufacture it in the cheapest way you can. And apparently a lot of these Chinese manufacturers are willing to really reach down to the bottom of the barrel in terms of quality, just to try to reach the price that you ask for. And that's why a lot of the times people like it paints this negative light on Chinese manufacturing because of whoever is contracting these Chinese manufacturers are choosing to go with lower prices, but then like they're gonna sell it for very cheap. This is the most wrong team I could use. This is not the right team that I wanted to use here. Also, what is up, Spartan? For the past few weeks, every now and then, especially when Abyss resets, man, I am just constantly looking for you, man. Like you just don't happen to be here when I use, like, because the 4.2 Abyss, I've been using Jean a lot, and every time I hear who is Glenn, I immediately think of you, and I'm like, where's Spartan, man? Like, where is he? He needs to be here stat. Today on RJ Rants, China and the infrastructure of product design at a below attainable price. Oh man, yeah, very good question though. How did we ever get to this topic? I really don't know. Just a fun fact, the made in China stickers are made in Korea. Interesting. I mean, I'm sure a lot of them are, but probably not all of them, but that's actually funny. I had exams last week, sorry. R as in like AREJJAY. Hey, no problem, man. How are your exams, by the way? Also, hey, happy holidays, man. Hi. Oh, hey, what's up, Hakuna Matata? How you doing, man? Oh, what is this immune to? Cryo, sure. It's really it's kind of fascinating to be honest. Kind of fascinating to see like the dynamic of all these countries and like how they're sort of what, at least to me, it's fascinating to me. It is a little nerve-wracking because some of these interactions between different countries will affect me in one way or another, by either raising gas prices, thereby increasing prices for everything else, because you know everything else gets shipped by trucks and ships which use gas and or some form of oil product, thereby it will affect me, and then it'll affect me and my quote unquote customers, right? Like the people that I serve, because like I don't have a job, I don't have a boss, like I sort of work for myself, but well, it's more like I work for my customers, I work for my students, right? But if stuff gets more expensive for me, there's also a chance that stuff has also gotten more expensive for them as well. And if stuff gets more expensive for them, they're gonna want to save money somewhere else, and that could be me, right? They could either stop working with me, or try and ask for a lower price, or if I start asking for a higher price, then they'll just say no, right? So it's a little makes me feel a little nervous sometimes, but like generally it's like more fascinating to me, because I don't know, like because like when I was a kid, I didn't really understand like what all of this was. Like, why did people listen to the news or whatever? Like, news is boring. I don't care what happens to this celebrity, I don't care what happens to this politician. And like now here I am, like I really don't even listen to like local news. I really more listen to like international news. Things went pretty okay, I think. Stats is a B Class, philosophy has no place in a business course. But it passed everything? Oh, okay. Hey, good, good. That's good. Congratulations, man. Alright, I'm assuming you're on your Christmas break already? Where's big... Wait, what? We haven't seen her. Where's big assets Electro Girl? We haven't seen her in a while. And I got a feeling that we're not gonna see her for quite some time as well. Yeah, because apparently there's not gonna be... I don't remember them mentioning anything about an Archon quest in 4.3, right? There's no Archon quest, right? There's no new region, there's no Archon quest, no new region, which means also no big world quest. No character quests and stuff. But hey, Spartan, you're gonna like this. Okay then, RJ, I'm going to bed now. Have a good day or night, everyone. Oh, okay. Hey, thanks for hanging out with us, Babish. Take care, man. Take care. And happy holidays, man. Happy holidays. Yeah, I wish you the best, man. How much does YouTube pay you? YouTube doesn't really pay me. It's more like the advertisers pay me. The only source of local news is Facebook. I mean, I don't even... The Facebook app on my phone isn't even logged in. Like, I didn't log in. I logged in just so that the app would have my like login credentials, just so in case I need to log in, I could just like one tap and then log in. But I every time I don't need to use Facebook anymore, I log out. I don't delete my details, but I log out and I turn off notifications. I just don't need Facebook. I just don't need it at all. The only reason why I even have a Facebook account is mostly because sometimes applying for a job they ask you to be on Facebook or to have a Facebook profile, and sometimes and like Facebook Messenger. Facebook is banned from posting news in Canada. Canada too? Oh wait. Oh no, sorry. I was thinking of the Australia thing. No. Oh, I think I remember I heard about that. It was something to do with like Canada saying that Facebook should pay local news like Canadian news entities for like linking to for linking to their articles, and then Facebook was like, nah man, I'm out. I would give up 10 wishes per button. This is back from shopping. Yo, welcome back, Leo. We were just appreciating again, the how much effort they put into every little detail of the designing, who is apparently Xianyun, not Cloud Retainer. One question, is Genshin a dead game, bro? In terms of content creation, I think it's maybe not completely dead, but it's way past its prime in terms of like for content creators. But as for the game itself, no, I would say the game itself is very much alive. Think about it. If the game were dead, then that would mean that they wouldn't be earning enough to keep updating the game, right? Like to keep paying developers to make the new maps so that we could go to Fontaine, open up the next regions of Fontaine and the next regions, and then right now I'm sure, like even from way before Fontaine came out, I'm sure they've already started developing Natlan, and at some point they're gonna start developing Snezhnaya. So they wouldn't be able to keep funding all of that development. I'm sure they're not earning as much as they did like in the first year of Genshin, but the fact that they could still pay these, like, think about how much you have to pay in an entire orchestra just to make your music, right? Like they have all these concerts and stuff, and yeah, like think about how many hundreds of thousands of dollars you'd have to pay all these highly professional and like very established musicians to come together into an orchestra and compose music for you and practice, take all this time to practice, and then like eventually come up with a concert for you and record the music. The game is also so expensive though. You're talking about like, you know, like Primo Gems, right? Is to real world dollars. Yeah, it is expensive, honestly. Although I've heard from some like other creators that apparently Genshin isn't the most expensive gacha game they've ever played. Like there was this one other gacha game. I remember it was Tectone and I believe Tenha and Mtashed. Like at some point like they talked to each other, or like one talked about the other, etc. But then at some point like somebody mentioned that Genshin isn't the most expensive gacha game that they've played. I think this was Tectone. He said he's played a gacha game before Genshin, whereas the average amount that players spent in that game, I think that's right. I think that's what he mentioned, FGO, where like the average amount of money that people spent on the game was like somewhere around like $100,000 or $140,000 on their accounts. And then Genshin, like in Genshin it took them more than a year to spend 50,000. And I think the good thing about that is that it means that Genshin isn't completely pay to win. Right? The fact that you can spend so much money to R5C6 everybody, but then you would still feel like, okay, now what? Right? It doesn't feel like it's necessary to R5C6 everyone. Alright, because the game itself is relatively easy. It's not easy for everyone, but it's relatively easy. It's relatively easy for like the whales, for if not the whales, then if you're not a whale but you're like a combat geek, right? Like you're a game combat geek, or like you just love the combat mechanics of Genshin and you took your time to learn it and to practice, etc. And you took your time. You put in a lot of effort to build your characters properly and to learn how to use them properly, and to do efficient and effective combos and rotations, etc. Then, like, you could easily clear it with $0 spent. So it's not necessary. It doesn't mean, because Genshin's in game, like the most difficult content in the game, is relatively easy compared to the maximum amount of damage that the characters and the teams can do. It doesn't make people who can afford to spend feel like they have to spend. So while the people who can really afford to spend will spend money, it doesn't make some players who can just barely afford to spend money to have to spend money, because they will still be able to clear content, to play the game and enjoy it with a limited, with a lot less spending. FGO people see a character with the same face as the rest of the female characters and say that they want to spend $1,000. Oh man. Where you don't need to be perfect. Everyone can 12-3 of us. Yeah, right. That's true. So I think Genshin certainly has done the math pretty well. Yeah, I think Hoyo has done the math pretty well. And when I say math, I'm talking about like how much Primo Gems cost in real world money, how many characters on average each primo gem can get you, right? Like for example, if you you have one primo gem for like this many cents in USD, how much of a character can you get? Like okay, you can get like 0.5 of a character, right? Whereas if you wish X many times, you'll spend this amount of primo gems, you will get one character, right? Like, you know, at least like according to like the gacha. But then again, it's still RNG because they don't want it to be guaranteed like 90 every time. Otherwise, what would end up happening is it would just make people feel like they're just buying something, right? And there's no thrill in the chance of getting lucky and you know, the chance of spending less to get what you want, less than what they said is the maximum that you can spend. And that's it goes into like the gambling thing. It feels like gambling, and this is what people get so addicted to with gambling, is the chance to quote unquote win. Because you're not buying characters, you're throwing money at something and hoping you get something in return, and occasionally you will get something in return, and for much less than the maximum that they said. It'll make you feel good and it'll make you try again. You ever heard about Minty Hack? Minty Hack, I guess not. I mean, like, I've heard a lot of hacking happen this year in the last few years, but no, it doesn't ring any bells. Started spending on Genshin this year after playing for 3 years. Oh, really? What did you spend money on? I'm the casual player he's talking about who doesn't build their characters. Hey, no shame in that, Blob. No shame in that. I think, like, honestly, I think the casual players like you, Blob, are the main, like, target demographic that Hoyo is aiming for. I think the casual players similar to you are where a lot of their money is coming from, because, like, and if not the majority of money coming from you, then at least you are sort of like the average that Hoyo is trying to satisfy. Because if they make the game too hard, then the casual players like you are gonna leave. And some casual players like you are like you, for example, you are having a hard time dealing with this content, right? And then like the hardcore players like us that are F2P that don't really spend any money on the game and give Hoyo money to continue development of their game, then we just keep telling you like, no, this is easy, just do this, just do that. But because you're a casual player, you won't do it because, well, you are a casual player. And then instead, what's likely gonna happen is you're gonna spend like money to buy Welkin or the Battle Pass or Primo Gems to get new characters because you think that those characters are strong and then will help you get through this content. And it works. It works as a business model. And that's another reason why I think Hoyo has recently been introducing updates that are very new player friendly. Like okay, here's an example. So in the 4.3 special program, they mentioned that this specific example, that the Chasm Archon quest, you apparently couldn't do it if you didn't do a certain world quest. And in 4.3, you are just going to be able to do it. The Archon quest, like you'll just be in there. And the footage that they showed was the chasm, the underground chasm completely black. The underground chasm completely black. But then there was just one teleport waypoint that was already activated. And like, okay, so they're starting to push updates that make the game a lot more new player friendly. And what this tells me is, I think Hoyo is starting to Genshin is starting to be on that phase where a lot of the older players are either quitting or taking really long breaks, where essentially they don't log in for weeks or months, and a lot of their players, like they're getting a lot of new players now. And some of those new players, they probably noticed a trend that new players will only play for 2 weeks or 6 days or something, and then like they only reach up to the leeway Archon quest or something, right? And then they don't get to the Inazuma Archon quest. Like by the time that they finish the leeway Archon quest, they realize, oh, I have to do the Inazuma Archon quest, but okay, there's a lot of stuff I have to do here. Oh no, I have to unlock all of this. I have to do this Archon quest, this world quest, etc. to unlock this. I have to do this world quest to unlock this island. No way, I'm not gonna do that. You know what? I'm not attached to this game anyway. I haven't played that long this game anyway, so it's okay. I'll just uninstall it. Right? So and like another example of a new player friendly update that they made was they made Sumeru so that you could go straight to Sumeru and do the Sumeru Archon quest without doing the Leeway Archon quest. You could just like straight up just walk straight to Sumeru. You could just walk through the chasm, go into that little tunnel over here, or just go over the thing and go straight to Sumeru. You could just get your Dendro MC. And then same thing for Fontaine, like where this teleporter is just, you could teleport straight to it. It just activated. The map is completely black and this one teleporter is just there, ready for you to teleport and go straight to Fontaine. Side note, isn't Ayaka coming back? Do I need to prepare to get C2? Oh, yes. Now that you remind me, apparently, yes, Spartan. Now I do remember now. You are an Ayaka appreciator. Yes, you're an Ayaka appreciator. And yes, she is coming back in the first half of 4.3. As for, do you need to prepare for C2? I don't know. I don't think it's really necessary. What is Ayaka C2 again? Isn't that where like you get 3 ice like snowballs instead? Yeah. Okay, what is C1 though? Normal charge attack deal cryo damage to opponents, has a 50% chance decrease in cooldown of Hyoka. Hyoka is the skill, right? Yeah, okay. So by 0.3 seconds. Oh, okay. C1's actually pretty nice too. Well, it certainly helps out with like you being able to spam your skill, although normal or charged attacks. Okay, that would mean that you'd have to spend time on the field with Ayaka normal and charged attacking, which doesn't really deal that much damage, especially compared to her burst and skill. But yeah, C2 certainly. I don't know. I don't know if it's that worth it. It certainly helps out with like AoE of her burst, but then like the AoE, like the other 2 smaller ice balls aren't, like they only deal 20% damage. I mean, I do want to lose my motivation for Sumeru long ago because of the lag. Oh, you mean like the map itself? Yeah, I think that's mostly because Sumeru is just such a big map. Like there's so much that your device can see and has to render so much because there's so many like really tall mountains and you can see so far over like that way, which means like all of that stuff that you could see your device now has to render. And not only that, there's so much underground stuff. Now, granted, I don't think your device is going to render the underground stuff, especially because none of that is visible in the camera. But I think they do have to render at least some of it, just so like by the time like when you turn to go into a cave, like you don't like, especially if your device is somewhat on the slow side, there's never a moment where you just turn into a cave and it's just blank. Like it's just space, outer space, right? Like even slightly before it becomes visible to you, they have to render that, which means your device is gonna have to render extra stuff. Yeah, and I do agree with you. I really, especially because when Sumeru came out, I was still on my laptop. Like when Aru Village came out, like I went to the village here, and it was just so, like, it felt painful. Like I could feel a little pain. Like every time I moved my mouse to turn my camera, it was just like, it felt like my laptop was dying. Thankfully, at some point, there was a point where I finally got my desktop, and oh boy, that I think I think it might have saved me from having to quit Genshin. Honestly, I wouldn't even know what game I would be playing if I weren't playing Genshin. 20% more is 40% extra on big bosses like Aja. I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. That does make sense. I mean, yeah, if you have enough primos for it, or if you can afford to spend money on it, I mean, who am I to stop you, right? Especially if you're not really looking forward to wish on anybody else, like a Raiden Shogun, or C1, C2, C2, or C3 Raiden Shogun, or Engulfing Lightning, or I don't know, like maybe you want to try Yoimiya, or okay, this lovely lady someday. I have no idea when she's coming out, but we know that she's coming out at some point. And sooner or later, Florend, Lady Buttons, Lady Buttons is coming out someday. Rumors say 4.6. Yeah, rumors are saying that Lady Buttons is coming out at 4.6. The best part was you said them in order of how much I liked them too. Wait, who? Who did I say in the right order? Oh, because I have 100% Gale Songhill. Yeah. I really liked Mondstadt and Liyue because like they were lag free. There was essentially no place, well, except for Dragonspine. Dragonspine can like go sink in the ocean for all I care. Just Dragonspine with like the fog. I think it's mostly the fog and the snowy effects is what makes Dragonspine laggy for me. I mean, not now on my desktop, but obviously on my laptop. And that's, you know, I'm not on my main account, but on my main account, like all of this is 100%, except for Dragonspine. and Sumeru. Like Sumeru, man, Sumeru was way too overwhelming, to be honest. Cloren turns me into John Lee's. Oh boy. Oh, I mean, like, Spartan, I'm with you, man, and I am with you. And honestly, seeing this, so I don't know if you were here on that stream, but there were a couple of streams where I mentioned that she's not my type. Not Cloren, by the way, but like, you know, Xianyun. Or, well, aka Cloud Retainer. She's not my type. But mostly personality-wise, like, I'm looking at the drip marketing now, and I can't deny my instincts, man. I'm a straight dude. I can't deny my instincts. She looks good. There's Cloud Retainer. There's Lady Buttons coming at some point. Ooh. Skirk. No idea when she's coming out, if she ever is coming out. I'm like a little scared to not to have less than 30,000 primos at any given time, just in case all of a sudden Skirk gets announced. That's I'm a little anxious about that. Ever since I saw what she looked like, I've always thought like, oh, I should always have 20 to 30,000 primos at minimum, always on my account. I don't know why, but I like older women more in game to IRL. Maybe I'm just a freak or something. Maybe not. I'm gonna assume that it's when you say in game. I'm gonna assume that you probably are referring to in game in Genshin, but like in anime in general. And I think I don't know. I'm just gonna understand it that way, because I think I understand what you mean. Because when you say quote unquote older women in game, aka in anime in general, they're not really like older. They look like they look like they're 18. They say they're like 32, but no, they don't. They look like they're 18 in anime in general. And when you say younger women in anime, they say they're 18, but they look like they're 12. My mind is an apartment where Ayaka and Chlorine live. Jeez. Oh, hey Spartan, what do you think of Skirk? I don't often see you talk about Skirk, but what do you think about her? That's some good taste, man. Can't deny that. My mind is an apartment where anxiety and depression live. I think, yeah, I certainly understand what you mean by that, Nashity, because in anime art styles in general, not like all art styles, but like in most anime art styles, just like as you said, big bazooka matured women, if you take the same proportions and put it on a real person, at least to my taste, it just doesn't look attractive to me. It looks too over the top. Because if you take anime adult women proportions and put it in a real person, then you would get something like Kim Kardashian, which I just really don't find attractive. And, you know, I'm not saying she doesn't look good, but to me, it doesn't look attractive. It just, like, the proportions are way off. They're just not attractive to me. To me, the ratios are just not attractive. But in anime, it just works. Those ratios just work for me in anime. Not looking forward to any Genshin characters at the moment. The rest of unreleased Fontaine cast don't tickle my neurons. I'd probably save for cons and weapon. My character interests are at HSR right now. Man, not gonna lie. So like the Star Rail ladies. Like if I ever play Star Rail, like the only reason is probably just gonna be because I want to see those characters. White-haired women makes my brain go burr. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I got my answer. Star Rail has it good. Yeah, like on top of having really artistic character designs in Star Rail, they're getting a free 5-star. A limited 5-star too, not like Aloy, right? Not Ether or Lumine. No, it's like an actual limited 5-star. Loren raises undisclosed desires in my heart. Sariel makes me feel sleepy. Because yeah, turn-based. Characters got nice proportions. Yep. Their men ain't twinks. Yeah, that's true. Makes Star Rail makes something inside of me rise. The C6 equivalent is literally a nude of every character. Really? I don't know anything about this, by the way. Like, I don't know how constellations over there work. I don't really watch any Star Rail content. Like, even the Genshin creators that I'm subscribed to, that I see on my subscriptions feed over here, when I see them upload a Star Rail video, no, I don't watch it. Halo is greater than Dr. Ratio? What? Okay, I mean, I really can't say, because I have no idea about Star Rail. I hold my primos for a C6 Risley. Yeah, you know, nowadays it feels a lot more scary to skip characters in Genshin, because we have so many characters. We have so many more characters now than we did 2 years ago. That if you skip X character now on their initial release, when will we be able to wish for them again? And Hoyo doesn't mind. Hoyo doesn't mind that characters are taking longer to rerun, because it further adds to FOMO. Further adds to FOMO and anxiety, player anxiety, of feeling afraid of not wishing on a new character on their release, because they don't know when they're going to be able to rerun, because we have so many more characters now. The FOMO is right. The FOMO is real. Yes, very real. I think we're closer to a triple banner era. Yeah, I mean, like, I think at some point Hoyo might have to consider triple banners, but I think they're gonna try to find a way around not, you know, introducing triple banners, because triple banners, there is a small chance that seeing 3 banners like at the same time, like look at this. Where's Genshin? Okay. Right, like look at this. If you see 3 things here, new players, right? Like, remember earlier we were talking about this, where Genshin seems to be in a state nowadays where a lot of the older players are either just straight up quitting or taking really long breaks where they don't log in for weeks at a time. And a lot of the currently active players are really new players. Really new players who are just still in the Liyue Archon quest, Inazuma Archon quest, etc. And are still in a state where they don't really know what's happening. They don't really know which characters they should pull for. They see like, oh, cool. What should I do over here? Oh, okay. He looks cool. He looks cool, right? Like, and by the time that they start asking other people about okay, which one should I pull for, right? When they ask their friends, when they ask online, when they Google, when they search on Google, when they search on YouTube, they'll just be like overloaded with information, and they'll just pull for whoever, use up all the primo gems that they have, and then realize this character sucks. And especially if, let's say, they pull, even if they pulled on a good character but they don't know how to build them, they'll feel like this character sucks. I don't have any more primos. I'm not gonna log in anymore. I'm not happy. And then a week later, they realized, oh yeah, that's right, I installed this game. Well, and then they start to remember what happened, and then they just uninstall Genshin because they're new. They don't feel what is it called, sunk cost fallacy that much, because they've really only spent like a couple of days in the game. They don't feel sunk cost fallacy as much as we do, because we've been playing this game for so long, and we feel like we're leaving so much if we quit now. So it's a lot easier for new players to leave because they don't feel sunk cost fallacy as much as we do. I almost 1 a.m. Bye, guys. Adios, fellas. Oh, hey, thanks for hanging out with us, Nashidi. Take care, man, and happy holidays. Community already found a way out of triple banners. The community already... What do you mean? Where they would have a birthday ban... What? I think 3 sets of 2 for shorter periods of time is more likely. It's possible. Like, maybe not every version update triple banners, but yeah. I think that's a lot more doable. Yeah. But I don't know. If I were Hoyo, I think triple banners is like... Yeah, I would be anxious to try out triple banners. I don't know why. There's just this like gut feeling that I have, that I feel like triple banners would be would do more harm than good. I just realized I was a minute behind. It's okay. What's your next character pull? For me, my next character pull will be Raiden Shogun. I already have her C2 on my second account, and I have her at C0 on this account, but I don't have Engulfing yet. On this account, I'm planning to get Engulfing Lightning. On my main account, I'm planning to get her to C3. I already have Engulfing there, but C0, but I'm not sure if I have enough primos for C3. On my second account, though, I really only need one more copy of her to get a C3. Hoyoverse doesn't like us getting anxious. Yeah, they mentioned that. No. They don't. I don't think that's the complete truth. I remember the words that they used. They don't want to give us any more unnecessary anxiety. They don't want the players to feel any more unnecessary anxiety. I'm pretty sure those were the exact words that they used, because they already know it's a gacha game. There's gambling in it. There's anxiety that's happening already. There's RNG in the artifact substat and main stat system. There's already a lot of anxiety in the game. They're just saying they don't want players to feel any more unnecessary anxiety. Triple banners should be introduced the end of Natland or with the beginning of Snezhnaya. It's at that point we will have so many characters that I think the players might deserve triple banners at that point. Yeah, because it'll be so long between character reruns. Because like by the time that the end of Natlan happens or the beginning of Snezhnaya, we'll have so many characters in the game. I'm leaving by y'all. Alright, hey, thanks for hanging out with us, Blob. Happy holidays, man, and take care. Yeah, I think I think we're gonna end it there for today. I really I'm honestly still having fun chatting with you guys. Like, but I don't know. I feel bad like just chatting with you guys. I'm not even doing anything in the game because like there's nothing more to do. I guess I could do Abyss, but then like if I do Abyss, I wouldn't be able to chat with you guys as much as I am. Also, it's getting really late, and I'm gonna head off to bed. Yeah, I've been sleeping quite late, like back to back lately, and I should really break that streak. Anyway, Yeah. So those are before we end, let's do a quick summary of the banners. So 4 stars of the first half of 4.3 banners. 5 stars are new character Navia, rerun of Ayaka. 4 stars are Sucrose, who is probably the only 4-star that anyone really wants on this banner. Rosaria may be useful in early game, but you're gonna end up like stopping to use her like once you start getting to end game. And Candice is, maybe you want 1 copy of her so that when you log into your Genshin account, you could log in and just go here and then just stare at her, just enjoy yourself, right? Like that's me. That's what I think. That's what I think, right? Like this, I'm enjoying myself right now, right? So yeah, right? Though that's what I think about the banners. The weapon banners. Where are the weapon banners? Okay, here. Best looking claymore we've ever had so far. Best looking claymore we've ever had. High base attack, crit rate, secondary stat, makes it so that it's not terrible on other characters. The passive is, however, not very useful on other characters, but still, again, best looking claymore we've ever had. It's Escanor's axe. It is what it is. Escanor's axe. 4 stars are yikes. Yeah, so Is Navia going to standard? No, they didn't say anything like that on the 4.3 special program, so no. Also, Navia seems good. Yeah, she seems way better than the disaster that was Dia. So no, I don't think they're ever gonna put a character. I don't think Navia is gonna be super good, but I think she's too good to become a standard 5-star. Is Mist or C2 better? I think that would depend. Yeah, because like for me, for example, I have C0 Ayaka on my main account, and I want to get Mistsplitter, but because of the artifacts that I have on my Ayaka, I can't use a crit damage weapon. I need a crit rate weapon, which I currently have in the form of Haran Geppaku, and at some point in the future I will try to get Jade Cutter, and I will be happy with that. And I know that Mistsplitter will outdamage Jade Cutter, even with like rearranging your stats, your substats and main stats, etc. I know that Mistsplitter outdamages Jade Cutter, but because of the limited available artifacts that I have, I prefer Jade Cutter. If you have the right artifacts, that give you enough crit rate, then I think Mistsplitter will be better than C2, because depending on what weapon you currently have. I think Mistsplitter will be better because at least you can use it on other sword characters as well in the future, right? Whereas with C2, it's like just on Ayaka. Plus the fact that Ayaka, I'm sorry to say this, man, like I really do, but Ayaka just isn't. She's not very. It's very easy. Hoyo has recently shown us, in the past few, like 1 to 2 years, Hoyo has shown us that it's become very easy for them to make a character as strong, a DPS as strong as Ayaka, not very good in Abyss. And like some of the ways that they've done that is by introducing certain enemies that just certain enemies, like, and enemy mechanics and the way that the enemies work and their AI works, or non-freezable enemies, and in Abyss's case, they can choose how they will spawn those enemies, whether it be in one wave or whether it be in multiple waves, and like their placement in Abyss. Right, so Ayaka just isn't universally useful. So I think spending your resources on something that will buff only her, a character that you won't always be able to use, or won't always be of the most optimal to use in certain content in the game. I think it'd be better to go with an upgrade that you can transfer to other characters as well. But again, that's ultimately the choice is yours. If you really want to like vertically invest into your Ayaka, then sure. Oh, another thing I guess with Mistsplitter is it's a crit weapon, so it makes building Ayaka and whoever other character you want to put it on a lot easier because it's a crit weapon. Ayaka now feels like Eula to me. Oh, does Mist help with ER? No. It doesn't help with ER at all. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because like if you have Aminoma now, Aminoma helps with energy. And if right now you feel like you just barely have enough energy to recharge on your Ayaka, with Aminoma, especially with a high refinement Aminoma, without changing your gear to get more ER or like putting like one more Fab weapon in your team, I think you're gonna run into energy problems. Yeah, so you're gonna have to think about that too. What 4-star characters are going with Raiden? They didn't announce it yet. Yeah. Sorry, Hermione, they didn't announce it yet because it's on the second half. It's on the second half of 4.3, so no, they've only shown us the first half so far. Hang on, let's see. Yeah, okay. I guess that's really it. And oh, Spartan, you're gonna love this. You're gonna love this. Okay, so you this was awesome, right? Look at this baby. Nope, that's wrong. Look at this dude. Posted exactly at the same time as when the cloud retainer drip marketing was posted. Still wondering why Hoyo didn't give Ayaka Ice Aminoma. His name is Gaming. It's me gaming himself. I was really confused when I first saw his name, and then like I checked like I think 2 or 3 times to make sure I wasn't seeing things, and like lo and behold, it's there. Gaming with gaming in a game. I thought this was a tomboy Sag. He actually does. Wow, now you mentioned that, yeah, like if you only stare at this region, you start to think like, oh yeah, tomboy. You're right. But if you look at him like overall, he sort of looks like a Beto's younger brother. This feels like a meme. It really does, honestly. But I'm very sure this is not gaming. I'm sure this is something like jamming or gaming. Like, right? And like if you think about it, they posted it at the same time as Cloud Retainer, who is from Liyue, and Liyue is based on China. So it's like they're Chinese names. Like obviously this is a very Chinese name, Xianyun, right? And I'm sure this is probably gaming or something. Is this pronounced differently, or did Hoyo literally? No, I'm very sure it's like a Chinese name. Like think about it. Like Ming is a very Chinese name, right? Yeah. Hoyo ran out of original names. They probably thought that, hey, you know what? The players are gonna love this. I don't know. They probably just threw us a bone or something. You know, just because they knew that players are bored, so they want players to have something to meme about. Oh, also, apparently. Okay, well, you know what? We're just gonna skip to the end. This is what we're looking forward to. So, oh, where is it? No, wait. No. Okay. So where So some people said it was towards the end. At the end. I didn't watch this yet, by the way. Oh, is this the teaser that you guys were talking about earlier? Because no, I mean, I don't know. So some people were talking about
I see. This place you speak of certainly invites fascination.
some people were talking about a teaser
Should I find
about
myself
Zhongli skin.
unoccupied, I'd like to go see
About
it
a Zhongli
personally.
skin at the end of this video. And I mean, okay, we're looking at the end of it and don't really see anything.
To travel out. Ancient invites fascination.
That records prosperity. Bless the land, merry sea.
I guess they're talking about this, but we've already seen this skin, like, I don't know, since forever. Like, we saw this like design of Zhongli way back then when Zhongli's second story quest came out. And that was like 2 years ago, I think. Gaming is the beginning of the Genshin meme wars. I don't know if this was what people were talking about. A few people mentioned that there was a teaser at the end of this video about a Zhongli skin, and I don't know. Maybe they were new. I don't remember who it was, but we've seen this Zhongli design for like ages. Gaming Bing chilling. Yeah. If they ever make this a skin, I think I would be a little disappointed if they didn't make this into a 5-star skin. You know how like I keep saying that it's time for me to go, but then like I end up, you know, I end up just rambling even more. Okay. So you know how like this is a 5-star skin, like look, it shows right there 5 stars, right? Whereas if you go to the other characters, like even on Jean, for example, Jean, yeah, okay, Jean has extra skins, right? And like this one is not the free one, but you actually have to buy it, but it just says 4 stars, right? And the 5-star skins are the ones that have like new animations and stuff, and like they just overall look better, right? And like in Diluc's case, Diluc is the only character that has a 5-star skin, and it actually has new animations, new idol animations. And while it's pretty expensive, like if we go into the shop, it's pretty expensive compared to the other ones. Like look at that, right? That is a lot more expensive than the other 5-star character skins, because this skin itself is a 5-star. But it's cool because it gives you an extra like new idle animations. But then like this, like how cool that looks, I think while it would be a detriment to me if this was a 5-star skin, because it would be more expensive. But I would be a little disappointed if this wasn't a 5-star skin. If this, because of how cool it looks, I think it deserves like new idle animations, etc. Yo, what's up, Tito? Kainari, my final build after 2 months. What is this? I remember I saw a weird Zhongli skin in the 4.3 live stream. What? Was there? Was he even in the 4.3 live stream? I don't remember. Was he? Or I think you were. It might have been like a picture of like a poster for like a Genshin concert. I still don't want to expect unless they officially announce. Yes. Now that you mentioned that, Shinran, so okay, you guys can see this, right? Like this announcement, because I didn't believe anybody mentioning information like saying that Cloud Retainer is going to be playable, right? Because I didn't believe anyone, because like I truly just didn't believe. Like I wasn't calling them a liar or anything. I just didn't think that Hoyo would make Cloud Retainer ever playable. Because of that, I didn't expect that they would. And when I saw it, I felt really satisfied that I saw it when Hoyo announced it. Because the timing was right, and I'm sure they do their research of when they should drop certain drip marketing or any information about new characters or whatever. It felt a lot better, instead of me seeing it on my own time because I looked for a leak. Oh, the look looks kind of hot with that skin. I mean, yeah, it's expensive though. But yeah, it does look really good. The skin does look really good. And not only that too, like the skin also changes how the flames of his skill looks. And his burst. It changes how it looks. Like the overall character model animation is still about the same, and the only different animation about it is just the idle animation. But then it changes like the effects of the flames of Diluc's skill and burst. Also, I'm looking at your Tainari Tito show. Your Tainari C0 with an Amos bow. With 4 gilded. Wow, okay. A lot of EM Sands, Dendro Goblet, nice. And because you're on Amos bow, you got a lot of attack despite having EM. Nice. Honestly, 59 151. I think it's a little low on the crit rate, but at least you're like pretty close to what I would say is like an acceptable like end game crit rate. But it's fine. I understand, because like you're trying to focus on EM. You don't have a crit weapon, so I understand it's really hard to get good ratios with that. But overall, nice. Yeah, you know exactly what you're doing. Yeah, you don't really need my help for it. Your build's pretty good, man. And 2 months, I think, not bad. 2 months, like me, I've been farming for however long I've been farming the Golden Troop domain. I still don't have anything to show for it. It's a little more crimson. Yeah, exactly. And it just, just because it looks new, it just looks cool. Can't wait for a True Abyss reset and no more domain running. Yeah, I'm so excited for that. I am so excited for like the retry button, resetting everything, including cooldown, stamina, and passives. I am so excited. As well as not having to run through the domain every single time. That is like one of the things that I'm most excited about. Plus the fact that I don't have to do animation canceling while upgrading artifacts, because there will be less pop-up messages. Yeah, anyway, I'm sorry guys, this is gonna be for real this time. I'm gonna have to skedaddle. Anyway, again, so as usual, if you guys need any help making a decision which marriage to pull for, if you need any help building your characters accounts, feel free to join our Discord server. Links in the description. All my videos, VODs, and streams, and in the pinned message in YouTube chat. You can ping me over there. My name's Elvis Einstein on our Discord server. You can ask for my opinion, ask for other people's opinion over there. Yeah, thank you guys so much for coming by, hanging out, and being awesome people. Have a good day, good afternoon, good evening, and take care, everybody. Happy holidays, everyone. If you don't celebrate Christmas, please do spend time with your family and your loved ones, even if you don't like them, because, well, they're not always going to be there, you might as well spend time with them while they're there. Yeah, anyway, happy holidays, everyone. Take care, and, yeah, love you guys. Bye.